That, that'll do. What? What? Push it. Push the door open, you sausage. Eh? You big sausage. Hey, Jim. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Well, I hope it's not too stressful doing the shopping. Yeah. Right, I know how stressful it can be shopping. It's nice to speak to you again, Jim. Been a while. Yeah, I got another channel. That's why you haven't seen me here very often. Just pointing that out. Yeah, if you go to my channel homepage, scan all the way to the bottom, you'll see a link to my other channel. Yeah, not that you have to go there now, but I'm just pointing out later on you might want to check it out. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know whether you know at all though, because it's been a while since I've talked. Yeah, to you. Those plants you gave me last year, yeah, turned out proper good in the end. Yeah. I think it was the, oh, what was they called? Something kebab. It was something, a funny take on a kebab name. I can't remember what they were called now, but they came out really, really good. Yeah, but again, dude, don't have to be right now, yeah, but go to my homepage, you know, my Organic Medical Grower channel homepage, yeah, and I've got it linked to the bottom of the page. Yeah, you can check that out, yeah, because I don't come here very often to do live shows. Shishka berry, that was it. I knew it was something like kebab. It's nothing fucking like kebab. But yeah, shishka berry. That shishka berry, it came out really good. Ah, well. But yeah, I tend to do live shows over on my other channel because I get to avoid a lot of people that I don't like over this channel. I should say I'm diplomatic. I'm very diplomatic about people I don't like on this channel. Whereas the other channel, I can say whatever the hell I want. But it's good. It's good. Yeah, I know. Shish kaberi and kebab, almost the same. Yeah. Yeah, I got terrible memory. Right, good weather today. There's some not so good weather moving in this weekend. Come next week, yeah, they reckon it's going to be back to cold grey sky. Yeah. Right, it's wonderful weather at the moment, as you can see out there. I'm just sitting here cooking my breakfast. Yeah, my thermometer says it's 36. Did it say 36? No, it didn't say 36. It said 26. Geez, if it were 36, that would be hot. No, it's 26. Yeah, well, the weather's changing. Yeah, I was listening. The high pressure's moving off to the east. barking at, dog? Oi, who are you barking at? Who are you barking at? Hey? Go then. Don't sit here barking. Go out there and bark. Yeah? Go on, go bark. Yeah, I got a cat. I got a dog. Yeah, well, she's a cat. She don't go far. Yeah, she don't like it. She don't like to go too far from the garden. What? Go on, take it outside. Take it outside. It's a lovely day out. Go take it outside. Yeah, go on. Alright, don't take it outside then. There. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, me too, mate. That's awesome. Yeah, it's I like it. I like having a dog. Yeah, dogs are better company than cats. Yeah, cats. A relationship with a cat is always on the cat's decision. You know? It's always the cat that decides to cuddle if it wants to. Whereas a dog is always cuddly, aren't you? She's always cuddly, aren't you? You look at me like that. Chew your bone. Chew your bone. I gave you a new bone this morning. Chew it. And why have you got to pull that off? Right? This needs a wash. What have you managed to get all over it? Okay. no, it's not going to be enough. How about now? Oh, where's the fucking hole? Why is it getting so fucking hot? Right. Da, da, da. Right. Let's fiddle with the camera settings. Alright. Well, I'll catch you later, yeah? It's nice chatting with you there. Yeah, Jim? Sorry, I was just fiddling with the cameras. Why is this still plugged in? Right, try that. That's better. Seriously, did I tie that round the fucking cable? What are you doing, dog? Right, budge over. Come on, budge over. Hey, Sled. Morning. Me? What am I working on? I got sand. I got a builder's delivery. Yeah, a load of equipment. I've got a great big amount of sand outside the front. Yeah, I managed to shift some of it yesterday, but I've still got plenty outside. So until I get that into the back garden, like, I have no other things to do. Yeah, I've already walked the dog. The dog's already walked. I'm cooking breakfast. Stay still. I'm just cooking breakfast right now next to me. Yeah, and generally the plan is once I've finished eating breakfast, which may end up being lunch depending on how long it takes to cook, but once I've finished eating, yeah, I got to crack on and start shifting sand backwards and forwards. Yeah, that's the directive of the day. But if I start getting too tired, and you know, I have to have a break. Yeah, I can't go at it like I used to when I was younger. I used to be able to just throw myself into the work get the job done and then rest afterwards. Nowadays, I have to do a bit and then have a rest and then do a bit more. Now, that's the plan. Yeah, well, everything's got to be broken down into different amounts. It's the walking, mate. It's the walking. I'm disabled in the legs and the head, if you ask my wife, but I'm disabled in the legs. Yeah, so standing and walking around tires me out a lot faster than normal. Yeah, I don't have any trouble in the house. I got nothing to do with in the house. Yeah, if something gets dropped, it's not me that dropped it. Yeah, if something get broke, it's not me that broke it. Ain't that the case though, man? By the way, there's like about 25 seconds, yeah, between me saying this, yeah, and you hearing what I'm saying. Yeah, there's gonna be like 25 seconds, and then you send a message back to me. Yeah, that gets to me, yeah, like immediately, or almost immediately. Yeah, if that makes sense. And then I read, depending on when I look at what you've written, right, then I read what you wrote, and then I answer in conversation to what you wrote, and then you have to wait 25 seconds. Yeah, so it makes holding a conversation, you need to have it slow. You need a slow conversation. Anything fast, yeah, and it starts breaking to pieces. But I get it. Chest, yeah. Mine was my surgery. Yeah, was on my spine. Yeah, the third vertebrae up from the bottom. Yeah, from the hips. It's the third vertebrae up. Yeah, the gap in between the second and third up. Yeah, it slipped into my spine and paralysed me. like, for the weekend, for the entire weekend. Yeah, it happened to me Friday night. Yeah, and then Sunday morning the ambulance came and picked me up. Yeah, come Monday, yeah, I had an operation, an emergency operation on my back. Yeah, and something like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, something like that. Yeah, I managed to wiggle my toe. I finally managed to get to wiggle my toe, like. And then I spent another 4 weeks in hospital. Yeah, learning to walk again with physio and everything. Yeah, I had to. So all my physio was aimed at climbing stairs. Okay, so the hospital won't allow you to go home unless you're capable of going to the toilet yourself. So long as you're capable of going to the toilet, then they can send you home and you can recuperate at home. But if you can't climb the stairs, yeah, to go upstairs to the toilet, then they won't allow you home. So that was the test. I had to build up strength again, yeah, in my legs. It took me 4 weeks. Like, 4 weeks of constant. Because like hospital, there's fuck all to do, and what there is to do tends to cost money. So once you've had a casual chat with the guys in the beds across from you, you know, a morning chat and that, it gets really fucking boring fast. So that's what I did. That's how I kept busy. Was constant exercise, constant exercise. 6 foot ladders. It's been my experience with stories throughout my life, mate, that most people have serious injury when they're 6 foot or lower off the ground. Seriously, 6 foot or lower, if somebody falls, yeah, from a height 6 foot or lower, it tends to be really fucking serious, right? But when you start getting above 6 foot, yeah, you tend to stop having so many accidents, if that makes sense. And so whenever the accidents do happen above 6 foot, the person is more aware of the accident happening and prevents themselves from hurting themselves seriously. You know, maybe they grab onto something or catch something to slow them down on their way down or something. I don't know, but like, I've lost someone that I cared about, yeah, from a 6 foot fucking scaffold. Yeah, because it was so low, they fell, yeah, cracked open the back of their head, and then they were gone. Terrible business, but yeah. I never did like ladders to begin with, mate. But the thing is, because I had an unhealthy trust of ladders, it made me spend that much more time making sure that the ladder is correctly positioned, if it makes sense. But for me, the thing that I don't like about ladders is when they move. When you climb up them and they flex. Like, that fucking scares the shite out of me. Just natural, just the natural flex of the ladder as you're climbing it. But yeah, I get it, man. When you start getting so old, you start picking up these accidents, these little things. As you get older and older, you pick up little knocks here and there and that, and then once you get to a certain age, you get the one big one, That one big one that slows you down. Yeah, that's why I got the dog. Kinda, you know, there's... I got to the point where I was exercised enough that I could go shopping, but I was still getting tired. If I went for a prolonged time going shopping, I'd go to one shop with the wife, then the next, then the next, then the next, doing all the food shopping at all the correct stores to buy the items that we wanted of quality, that we wanted to spend money on quality, and the items that we didn't want to spend money on quality. We would go through like about 4 different stores, yeah, buying different things from different stores in order to try and keep the price down. Yeah, and that would tire me out. But the thing is, the doctor said to me years ago, he said, you're not old yet, but you're getting old. Yeah, and as you get old, right, you start getting weaker. Okay, and depending on how old you get, depends on how weak you end up. But the point being is, yeah, is once you get to a certain age, your muscles start to degrade, and you start getting weaker. And he said, there's nothing you can do about that. That's just a fact of life. But where you start on that scale of strength depends where you end. Yeah, and what he meant was, if you start out being really fit and strong, right, as you degrade, even by the time you get to 80, yeah, you've still got plenty enough strength left in your legs and arms to be able to get things done for yourself. Yeah, whereas a lazy person, yeah, would be needing help to get out of a chair, kind of thing. Anyway, he wasn't trying to get me to go running and super fit, but he was just trying to get me to exercise. He was explaining, and I'd got to a point where I had exercised enough so that I was getting things done, but I wasn't getting anything more than that. So I realised that I was going to get weaker from that point on unless I exercised more. I did more exercise. Yeah, so that's where the dog came in. One of the ideas to get a dog, yeah, was the exercise. And it's working. Yeah, exactly. I was a painter and decorator at one point, Sled. I used to do painting and decorating. And I can't stand going up the ladder on the outside of a building to paint a building. That to me is just incredible amounts of scary. The correct way to do it nowadays is to get scaffolding up. You're going to paint the building, you put some scaffolding up, but like, who's got money for that? But that's why I gave it in, yeah, because I couldn't say to a decorating firm, I can only decorate on ground level. You know, I can only paint on down on ground level, like, well. So much for that profession. Yeah, I was good at it as well. Yeah, I was good at it. I started a business. Started my own business, decorating business. And I hired another guy. I hired another guy that I knew. Yeah, gave him a starting wage. I was that ready to break into the business world, kind of. And then he went and fucking missed bits. You know, his job was to do the bits that I didn't want to do. Yeah, like the second floor. Like, and the bastard fucking. Even though I did go round and check the windows and kind of like, but I didn't spot them because I never went up the outside. And yeah, well, it was discovered. Yeah, and so I lost the contract. Yeah, and I was like, right, okay, I can't fucking rely on other people to get the job done. And so the whole business went. It wasn't a business, it was a proto business. You know what I mean? It wasn't legit. Yeah, it was the starting. You know, I was just trying to get the first contract. Yeah, to do work, and then I would have gone legit. But still, that was the end of that fucking business. Oh. Hey, you, pumpkin, I see you. I see you, boy. Skulking around. What was I doing? Bread. Hello, sweetie. What are you doing in my seat? Eh? What are you doing in my seat? Did I move? Did I move? Was that it? Oh. Yeah, look. I know it's blurry. Yeah. Oh, it's going to be dark, isn't it? Oh, it's a beautiful day. We've had an incredibly warm spring week last week. Yeah, and tomorrow they say the weather should be changing. Yeah, so tomorrow the cloud will come in, and so the temperature will start dropping, and then after that we'll be getting some rain. But I can't complain. We've had a good week of sun, and it's the farmers' turn. It's the turn of the farmers, yeah. And what the farmers need more than anything is rain. Now they've had plenty of sun. They want some rain, and then they want some sun again. So it's not such a bad thing. But the weather here is incredibly mild at the moment. Yeah. Our temp. I mean, it's meant to be colder, but it's not meant to be that cold. Yeah, we should be down. We should be pretty much done with frosts by now. You know, the temperature shouldn't dip below 0 at night, generally. Although everybody tends to wait until May just to be sure. Yeah, people around here in the UK, yeah, it's May the 4th. Yeah, we kind of hoodwinked. We kind of hoodwinked the 4th of May, the Star Wars date, as planting season. Yeah, because it's 420. Right, well, kind of. It's 4-2. Is it 4-2? I think it's 4-2. I don't know, but people wait until May. Yeah, to be sure. Like people planted early to try and get a week or two, right? And we ended up having an incredibly weird fucking frost out of nowhere, like one last throw. Yeah, killed off loads of fucking people's little tiny plants. But generally, here where I am in the south, I will start planting outside in the second week of April. Not the second. After the second, I'd wait 2 weeks into April before I put plants out. Yeah, everybody else tends to wait 2 weeks longer. Sorry mate, busy cooking. Yeah, it was something I chopped off the other day. Yeah, I've got a couple of them hanging up here. Alright, here, I'll show you again. Yeah, sorry it's blurry. Yeah, sorry it's blurry, that camera's not too good. It's got a manual focus. I hadn't set the cameras up, yeah, for a detail. I wasn't expecting to show anything. Yeah, my two good cameras, like one is pointing at the garden as you can see, and the other one is on a beam that's pointing into the room at a whole load of nothing. No, check, dude, it's like you haven't seen any of my videos. If you've seen any of my videos, you'd realise what I'm up to here. Just scan through them, man. Don't even have to look at them, you could just scan through the list of them and you can see the thumbnails. Yeah. Well, I got videos. This might sound a little bit loud. Hey, Jules. Jess. Sorry, girls. I was busy eating. That was, we have these potato waffles. You may have heard of them or not, but they're like waffle shape and made out of mashed potato. Yeah, I had 2 of those, 4 sausages, half a can of beans, and three of the smaller slices of bread, because it's the end of the bread. Yeah, the bread isn't square. The bread is rounded a bit. Yeah, and so when you get to the ends, the slices aren't so big. So I had 3 slices of bread. Oh, you are and all. Dog's fucking... There we go.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you for that.
Doggy's getting big.
She is. Big and beautiful.
Yeah, she's a pretty dog.
I'm surprised how many people keep telling me she's such a beautiful dog.
She is, she's pretty. It's
Yeah.
the coat. She's got that really pretty, short, shiny coat.
It's the ears.
Yeah, the ears.
It's the ears. It's always the ears. Everybody. Well, I say everybody, not everybody, but
Yeah.
many people say she's so beautiful, or something to that effect. And then after they say that, then they say, "Oh, look at the ears," or something to that effect. Something about the ears. And then I reply, "Yeah, it's the ears. I get it."
Yeah. No, I like her body shape. She looks like a good athletic dog. I enjoy a dog like that.
She is. She's very, very athletic. Yeah, she's very eager and strong.
Yeah, I thought all dogs were like that to begin with. And then I went hiking with a friend, and they brought a lazy dog, and I saw how that goes. And ever since then, I've kind of been more drawn to the athletic dog, because to watch a dog lay down and be like, "I'm done," I was like, what kind of dog is this?
Yeah. Right, but yeah, she's got very strong muscles. When she wants to.
She's built a lot like my dog is.
Yeah.
I imagine she's some kind of staffy mix.
Yeah, something
They
like
look
that.
Very similar. Yeah, they look very similar. Just thank God you didn't dock her tail or clip her ears or any of that.
Oh Christ,
stupid
no.
Stuff they did.
Yeah. I was this happened like about last month. It was about a couple of weeks ago, a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I was walking her along, and some guy stopped to do the, she's so beautiful, it's the ears and such. And then he was like, don't ever clip her ears. And I was like, what? And he said, don't ever clip her ears. And I said, say that one more time, because I'm not sure I heard you correct. And he was like, yeah, don't clip her ears. And I was like, yeah, I didn't realise that clipping the ears was a thing. And he was like, yeah, it's definitely a thing. And I was like, well, I wasn't going to do it anyway.
Yeah. The reason they clip the ears is, okay, so like one of her ears stands up and the other one's floppy, right?
Yes.
If you were to clip her ears, it would be more likely that they would both stand up. And that's why they do it. They want their ears to stand up.
Hey, Toes.
Hey.
Good morning, lady.
Oh, good evening. Yes, good morning for you.
Oh,
It's 8
sorry.
o'clock. I just finished just going, doing everything, shopping, everything, dinner, feeding the herd. And getting and getting some pot, but yeah.
I always forget. What is it, like 14 hours difference or something crazy like that?
Good morning.
Day.
Did you just have breakfast?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just woke up.
Yeah.
Well, look, it's when it comes down to it, yeah, we don't know where any of us, when we first meet, we don't know where any of us are. So good morning is just an umbrella term for good wherever the fuck you are.
Yeah.
I love the Aussies how they go good day. So it's
Good
like
day,
it's like, and the Greeks go yeah. It's like hello. It's just like that's the goodbye and hello, and it means like.
Yeah.
But I like
Alright.
this one. Good day, like good day. It doesn't matter. It's just a good day.
Yeah.
And it is.
It's a good
I think
day.
I think we've got every base covered here. I've got me in the morning. I'm pretty sure OMG is in the afternoon by now, right? You're just now entering the afternoon. And then we got one in the evening. So we got the whole day covered.
Oh yeah.
Another hour's
Good to
time.
go.
I think we're in that funny vague time where we're both 4 hours and 5 hours away.
Oh, did your time change again?
Yeah, I think. Do you remember Rakes mentioning it to you once?
Yeah.
The UK. So the UK has savings hours like America does. Okay.
Yeah.
But the UK does ours like 2 weeks before the American does. Okay. And so technically kind of like, because our clocks switch, the actual time right now is still 11 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so for the next couple of weeks, I think it's 2 weeks, until you catch up with your daylight savings hour and adjust your times differently. Yeah.
Oh, we already
Then
adjusted ours. We adjusted ours back in March.
All right. Well, something
We
like
did ours
that.
last week. We did ours last week. It was supposed to be 9 o'clock, and now it's 8 o'clock. We went back an hour.
Yeah. Technically, we don't move. It's still the same distance, but well, it's just funny how it happens.
I know what you're saying. When everyone does their daylight savings, all of that's the same.
I think maybe we should just organise one altogether.
Yes.
Like,
Or eliminate it altogether. Because I think it messes with people's patterns and cycles of their days.
it does, but it saves money.
That's why I say it's always 4:20.
How does it save the money? What's the idea behind that?
So it's all to do with electricity and
Oh, okay.
generating electricity. Because the time gets switched round, yeah, you spend more time while it's lit. Yeah, when the sun's come up, you spend more time when you're awake in the daytime, and therefore you don't need so many things be switched on in the daytime. If you're
Makes sense.
if you're still asleep, yeah, you don't need a cup of tea or coffee, and you don't need to be turning the waffle iron on or the oven or whatever it is you're using, kind of thing. Yeah, and it's just a way of like just skimming the top of the bill off. Yeah, by getting people to wake up more in time with the daylight.
Yeah.
And go to bed when it gets dark, kind of thing. Yeah, you're making people use slightly less power. Yeah, and so there's more power to be generated. You know, the power that is generated is cheaper.
Yeah.
You know your electricity companies, you know how they've got off-peak and on-peak and all that? Do you get that?
Yeah. I know.
We've got that here, and I realised the real expensive one, I don't know which one is off or on, but the real expensive one is actually during the day here. Like during the day here, between like when you're at school and you're working, that's when it's really expensive to use your electricity, because because no one's really using it. But then they put it down about like around about dinner time and all that, and I'm like, that's stupid. That's the plan I'm on at the moment, and I don't want to change it because it's just too much around. But that's the plan I'm on, because I'm thinking, why am I charging? Because last year It went
Yeah.
really high. Thinking, what's this peak off peak? It's off peak one, off peak two. It's like there's two. There's even two. I'm like, what is this? The one that really charged me, and it was. And I realised I can't really use it a lot, but I do anyway because I homeschool my son. I
Yeah.
got to change it. Yeah, I got to change it. But yeah, I'm going to see this year. Yeah, if it's the same, I might have to change. But it's just ridiculous. I might change my peak. You know, you can change your plan through your thing. It's ridiculous. Why can't they just set it to the one
See,
thing?
now that I've never heard of. Here, you get
Yeah.
electricity, you get whatever that company offers you.
No,
You don't get a choice of any nature at all. And if you
no,
piss them off, you don't get electricity. That's how that
no.
works.
No, there's a few here you can pick and choose, but I stuffed up. I'm gonna stick to this one now, but I just don't like the plan they gave me.
Yeah. Can I have all that paperwork and fine print so I can know what's going on with my life? Thank you.
No, it's on the back of your paper, but then you have to Google it and find out what does peak two mean or peak one, and it actually tells you when you Google it.
That's nice. They won't even tell you. Figure it out
No,
on your own.
it tells you how much you charge and your usage, but it doesn't tell you the time, like the time. It's just like because when you do the plan, you forget. When they say blah 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 blah, you forget.
Yeah. So they decide when peak time is. That's what you're saying.
I think so, because I don't remember doing it that way when I first started with them years ago.
Yeah, peak time. They can only generate. It's difficult to store energy. Yeah, you got batteries. Yeah, but batteries can only store so much compared to the actual amount of energy at any single moment in your country. Yeah, batteries don't hack it. Do you know what I mean? Great big batteries, they just don't work on the large scale. You have to produce too many batteries to be able to save the power. And so usually it's all about how much, it's about demand, it's about balancing the demand, how much people want, by how much you produce. Yeah? And as people want more or want less power, electricity, then the company that runs the business will bring online more power generating places. Do you understand? Rather than generate enough to fill up the batteries, because we can't create enough batteries to quota the amount of power we need at any one moment. They're too expensive to be using that way, and so they generate as we need it. Yeah, by bringing more power online. And so when you're talking about daytime, we are using far more power, so they bring on more power generation, and that extra power generation costs extra money. And so this is why they tend to go with peak time. Yeah,
that's the worst. It's the worst. More expensive.
Yeah, it's a way of trying to be fair to the people that only require power at night.
Yeah, the majority. Yeah, because I homeschool. I'm not working.
Well,
Yeah.
It's the majority because we're as strong as the weakest link, and the majority rules. So fast.
well, the people
I
that
know.
want,
I gotta.
the people that need the power at the peak time are the ones that require there to be extra power created, and so therefore shouldn't they be the ones to burden the extra cost?
Yeah.
Oh.
I know. I got a lady next door. She homeschools 2 or 3 kids, and she's busy all afternoon.
Yeah. We're 24 hours here. The internet and everything, which I don't like, because they told you once if you have more than 5 gadgets, which I've got teenagers, I've got 3 on my home. Yeah, it's your house is a kill box, and it's like, oh my God, I don't like that. It's just I can't help it. Oh God.
If you're really that worried about
I've got too many
spending,
kids.
if you're that worried about spending daytime power, yeah, then you need to invest in batteries, personal batteries for your house. Yeah.
Well,
Be-
my electricity thing, I can't even see my box because it's gone digital. And when it first came digital, just after COVID, they came over and they asked, do you want to do a survey? And they give you money, right, like $50 or something like that, like a food voucher. All right, and I did it just because I wanted to see what it was about. I wanted to know what they were doing. If
yeah.
there was a choice whether they digital or not. And he goes,
Yeah.
no, there's no choice. Yeah. The thing was, it's happening and all that. And what I ended up realizing after I did that, I can't see my where because I'm in a unit, sort of 3 units here. I can't. It goes directly to in another suburb. The bill and the numbers. It's like the rates and how they're scaling the thermal electricity. It's like my gas meter's here, my water meter's here. But when it comes to my electricity, I've just got the kill switch in the garage and all that, but I haven't got the meter.
Oh, that's weird.
It's all digital.
Yeah. That's because it's digital.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Therefore, it's
Yeah.
sending the information straight to the company.
Yeah. All your smart devices and everything. Yeah, it's linked. Yeah, we're all linked here in Australia.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. People like that, how you're talking about, that they do got solar powers and all that. That's like they're like out in the suburbs, off grid sort of thing. Like like in the city and that.
No,
You've got a few with their solar powers and all that, but I think it's all connected.
it's got nothing to do with solar power.
Hmm?
It's not cost effective, to save power on the national scale because you require so many batteries. It's ridiculous. But you can buy a personal battery that's large enough. Yeah, it'll be expensive, so it'll be an investment, but you can invest in a battery large enough just to take care of your personal needs. Yeah. In the daytime. And therefore you could charge it at night at cheap rate prices and have power in the daytime.
During peak,
Yeah. Okay. So you're talking about I can even take this portable. It's a battery. I could take it anywhere.
Well, some of them are portable.
I know I lived on solar
If I was
power.
to be investing one of those, to me, I want to use it like at home and camping and something like that. Worst come like a generator. I want it to work. Like if I'm going to invest in something like that, it's going to be like okay, like I can charge it, but then it's just like you know what I mean, like yeah, like, you know what I mean. I don't want to really rely on the electricity just to charge it, sort of thing. I don't know, man. I'm just going to think something like that.
Well, people use them, when they. So if they're susceptible to power cuts, if you're going to have power cuts for some reason or another, you have a battery backup, right? That stops everything in the house from turning off. Yeah.
Yeah, we call them generators here.
Yeah. Well, the generator is something that creates the power. Yeah. What I'm talking about is just a battery backup.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. Generator is too, yeah.
Yeah, so there's another reason to have a battery backup, but they're expensive. The bigger you scale them, the more expensive they start getting.
Well, I was gonna say I lived on solar power for about a year, and we had 3 pretty good sized batteries, and we managed to get about 8 hours of power a day. So we learned how to live in an 8-hour period for all the electricity. And what we ended up doing is kind of what your country's doing. We ended up living in the morning and in the evening with power. And then through all out the peak hour during the middle of the day, we didn't have anything on. You get used to it.
It's all about how much you use.
Yeah. It's been a while.
You know if you need to get on the computer or do things or cook things or whatever it is, you do it during these certain hours. You learn how to live that way.
Similar setup, right? And when it showers, because she's got like she uses rainwater. So when it showers, that's when it rains, that's when she has barbs. great.
I bathe together.
I don't do it in the city, but that's the best time to do it out there. It's just like she goes, oh, I'm going to bath when it's raining. It's funny. You make the most of it when you can.
Yeah. Hey, for a while we were just hanging a big black bag up in the tree. We were filling up this, I think it was like 15-gallon bag, and then hauling it up in the tree and letting it sit in the sun all day. And then you take your shower in the evening when the water's warm.
There's ways and means of doing it.
The sunnier the day, hotter the shower you get. I know we ran a hose across the roof for a while too. We took a big black hose and snaked it up on the roof and let the water sit in that through the day so we'd have some hot water. But there's different ways to collect energy than the power company.
Yeah. Throw it over the roof so that half of it is in the light and half of it is in the shade. And the whole thing will start working like an engine.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
It will circulate.
You don't always have hot water, but most of the time you've got some hot water.
Well, it'll circulate through a tank.
Yeah. But yeah, we worked it out. You got to schedule your day a little differently, but it can be done.
Yeah, well, needs and musts. You know, needs
Yeah, I
and
figured
musts.
that out really fast. Living like that, you figure out really fast what you want and what you need.
Yeah, totally.
And they're very separate lists. You want to be warm every day and you want to drink water every day. So the first two are always wood and water.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah. I mean, I got some building stuff delivered. Yeah. A great big container of sand. Yeah, but they can't. The guy that delivered it, yeah, had to come up on the grass and fit his lorry between a telegraph pole and a tree, in order to lift this great big sack of sand over my fence into my garden.
Fence,
Yeah.
What are you doing? What's the plan with the sand?
So right now, when I first got the dog would poo near the shed. But as time's gone on, eventually she's got to the point where she's pooing near the back door of the house.
Okay.
Yeah. And so the wife wants that over with. She doesn't want the smell of poo outside her back door.
Yeah.
So I need to convince her to poo somewhere else. And so I said to the wife that I'll make her a cat litter box.
There you go.
Yeah, but on a dog-sized scale.
If you do some operant learning, put her on a leash, take her there to go potty for a while, praise her real well, she'll catch on. She's a smart dog.
Yeah, I'm sure she will work it out. But that's the plan. Right now, I'm working on where to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's one plan.
Well, not by the back door.
Well, no, not by the back door. Yeah, because
maybe you could exchange the rubbish by the fence or by the wall or whatever with the dog poop thing. And then if they come in, they won't fall in garbage, they'll fall in dog poop.
that shows
just an idea.
who's been listening. Yeah? Gold star for that girl. Alright, yeah.
This is how I get my A's.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't tell you. I got an award.
Did you?
Yeah, I got a
Well, you
With participation?
yeah, because we
No.
it was a foregone conclusion, wasn't it?
It says you've been recognized for your outstanding academic achievement and will be awarded a gold academic excellent medallion.
Sticker.
Woo!
So I don't know what the hell that is, but I get to wear it when I graduate.
I recommend
graduate here.
I recommend the first thing you do is make sure it's not made out of chocolate.
That might make it better for me.
I'm just saying, when they give it to you, give it a little bend and see if it cracks in half.
I have a feeling the word gold is an expression. It's probably
Yeah.
just gold colored, yeah.
More of a theme.
Yeah,
A
like a
gold
ribbon.
ribbon.
Yeah,
A gold ribbon.
gold is more of a theme than an accuracy.
Yeah. But it's in sociology. That's what I got recommended for, was sociology. I did a piece on domestic abuse. I think that's what got me the award.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
How to maximise your efficiency.
This is how you hit the hardest.
What you need to do is spend 4 weeks doing martial arts training. You know, that kind of research.
Oh boy.
I guess someone's got to have done that. Someone just for the fucks. Because you know what the papers are like. You know what people do. You know, everybody needs to write a paper to get a qualification, and so.
Yeah.
I knew one guy who literally did his whole thesis was the effects of LSD on mice. Yeah. And fuck.
Really?
Yeah, and fuck me if he didn't get a special dispensation from the government through the university. Yeah, to the government.
Yeah.
For the government to give him a research license in order to legally have LSD on the premises.
Oh, he actually got to give him LSD?
Yeah, he had LSD.
I just stole every drop of it.
It was, from what I heard, it was his master plan. I heard it secondhand from a guy that went to university with him. It was his master plan to go through university high on LSD, and this was This was his plan of getting away with it.
I fucking love it.
Yeah, but my point being, the reason I say it is because like there is any.
You need the government. You get the government to pay for it.
Hell yeah, he did. He got high.
Technically, I mean, if he got a grant, I think he would have got a research grant. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a smart fella.
But this is why I say that, you know, if there is a research done into the effects of abuse, you know, marital abuse or whatever, like someone's bound to have done the opposite. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure there's been a woman out there that thought, I'm gonna get him, and she trained to get him. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, but that's why these places are for the women to manipulate it.
Yeah. The biggest part of my piece was there's nowhere for them to go. And half the time people don't believe them. So that was the biggest part of my paper.
Yeah. That's always a problem, leaving home.
Well, the problem isn't necessarily leaving the house, it's this disruption that it causes. They don't necessarily have anywhere to go that'll protect them, that won't put their whole life in upheaval.
Especially with kids.
Yeah. Now, I know in the UK, you guys have a hotline for that. I can't remember what it's called.
So there is...
You have anonymous people that you can call and talk to that won't cause any effects if you don't want them to. So I can basically call up somebody in the UK and say, oh, I'm having a terrible time. They talk to me, and at the end of the conversation, it's just goodbye. It's completely anonymous. So only actions that they want to happen. Yeah. We don't have that here in the States. If you tell somebody here in the States, they're going to jump into action.
Years ago, I went out with a girl for a short period of time that was in a hostel, for that kind of thing.
Yeah. And it's...
I used to run...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I used to run the ones down here, and I stopped it because I saw how the women manipulate the system by learning these techniques. Because they teach the men how they got their emotions suppressed, but they teach the women everything about the mind games, the financial abuse, psychological and everything. But they don't teach the men this, and they don't teach the children this. But the children need to understand how to handle their emotions and how people manipulate it before sex education.
Yeah. Yeah, here in the United States.
We're divided for a reason. And my daughter, she done a piece of paper too, and she got A for it as well. And the piece of paper was, is Australia racist? And I go, we're in a and she actually passed it. She got it. right? She actually done it and she got A honours of it, all right? Because I told, because I got my cert for community service. I go, there's a communication barrier with the diversity, and I've done it on purpose. And the problem is the language, and everyone's in their community, all right? And they're too busy in their own, and they're judging everybody else. And that's how you get this racist thing, all right? Because everyone's too busy with their own, and the division with the language divides with these communities. Because it's because the Queen, right, in the 1920s or whatever, when she opened the door for them to come to Australia, all right, the reason why she said that, all right, is because we're switching on to her, all right, so she opened the gates for the Europeans to come in so we won't switch on to what she's going. So to the diversity brings chaos.
Yeah.
And racism.
Well.
Yeah. It can, 100%.
It does.
It depends on the speed.
We're open the gates on purpose, so we can have that division amongst us, so we don't talk amongst ourselves on a level that we understand.
It's about the speed of integration.
Yeah, I was going to say, historically, like the U.S., we're used to it. Our doors have always been open. You know what I mean? And we still struggle to deal with it. I was going to say exactly what OMG said. We struggle the most when it happens the fastest.
Well, that's it.
When the immigration happens too quickly or it's too many people, that's usually when the issues.
If you're importing people at rates so small that it's insignificant, the population will not even notice it. Apart from maybe some people will be like some foreigners moved in down the street. Yeah. That's about it. Like, but when it's the other way round, when there's a high amount of immigration, integration only comes over time. So, for instance, wherever it is you come from, to be able to integrate from where you came from to where you are, is a matter of time, over time. Like, and the more you turn into British people, so maybe not the people that come here, but the children of the people that come here grow up with the language of where they are, which then integrates them with school, which then like second generation and third generation start becoming more integrated. And
here
less and stand out
here
less.
It's gone so much faster here now than it used to. Now we have first generation immigrants, the people that actually immigrated here can't speak the language. Their children can't speak the other language. The children that are born here in America and are raised here, they can't even speak the language of the land that they came from. Like, I met a kid the other day. His mom is from Mexico. All she speaks is Spanish. He knows like 5 words of Spanish.
He doesn't need to speak Spanish. He needs to speak American.
That's how it is with people's cultures. Most of us, it's like they don't know. You're not fluent. They ask, are you fluent with your culture? Like most aren't.
Yeah, my youngest doesn't speak my wife's language.
I mean, it doesn't take long for them to immigrate. I think a lot of it has to do with mass media. They're constantly exposed now. I mean, when you were younger, you could grow up in an immigrant family and maybe leave the house once or twice a day, but now it's everywhere. Every screen, all you hear is English everywhere all the time.
I would say that the kid obviously hasn't spent enough time with his nan.
Yeah, he's in college right now. So
do you know, if he had to spend like every Saturday with nan, making Mexican food, and nan just barked Mexican at him, I'm sure he'd pick Mexican up.
Yeah, the basics like plate and spoon and eat and chew.
Well, eventually you pick the shut up because you have to. The question is how important do you have to?
Yeah. I took 2 years of Spanish in high school. I don't remember any of it. And the only Spanish I know is from a dishwasher I had that refused to speak to me in English. He said, "You're from Mexico, I speak Spanish, figure it out or don't talk to me." Okay. So I learned stupid stuff like dishwasher, spoon, fork, garbage.
Yeah. And when you say stuff like that, they're quite happy. It's like,
he was very pleased with me.
It's not a question of it's not a question of how much do you understand. It's just that you're trying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, because I'm dyslexic and my Greek was really broken because I was young. Because listen to this, when I was young, I took fluent Greek, and then after I was 6 years old, we had the jabba jabba do. Anyway, I forgot all my Greek and I can't remember my Greek, and I've got dyslexic. I know my English. Well, my grandfather, he kept going, I don't understand when you were young, and he kept saying, he taught me my ABCs in Greek. I know my alphabets, right? And he made sure with 2 words. Make sure you pronounce his words. One was aspadigos, thank you, and the next word was prospathal. I'm trying. Now, if you say prospathal, but at least she's trying. They give you a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying. So yeah, that helped me out heaps when I was trying to learn.
I was
Fascinating.
I learnt Japanese as about a 6-year-old. Yeah. I spent a year in Japan and I could speak like a 6-year-old.
A toddler, yeah.
Yeah. Like that.
You know, Fools and Tools, you actually learn all of your language sounds when you're a toddler, like before the age of like 4 or 5. So if you went back to try to learn Greek again, and if you did it, I'd suggest speaking.
Now, you're not the Lexis but now and then I get tongue-tied. When my Greek comes out fluent, but then it comes out broken like my English.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I'm talking like a scientist and I say these big words in English and they just come out properly, and then I don't know where it's coming from. Yeah, and then other days it's just like I don't know what I'm on about. It's my dyslexic that holds me up. But when I'm in flow, it comes out. When I'm upset, my Greek comes out fluent. And when I'm passionate about something, it'll come out fluent. It'll just come out. Big words
that's
too.
That's when my country accent comes out. From living in the South, if I get upset or excited, it's much thicker.
My accent comes out when I'm really when I'm really like sarcastic and I'm really like my accent comes out. You hear that comes out of my voice. It's called my Ma accent. It's really like southerny, like American.
Ma.
Yeah, it's something like I'll come out. It's just like, oh my God, here we go again.
I love it. It makes me think of Ma and Paul Kettle. We got this little black and white show they had here that was just like the epitome of the hillbilly or the country person called Ma and Paul Kettle.
Yeah, you don't want me to get upset, but Ma will come out now and that's not full on, it's funny. that's English.
Yeah. Now he's being racist.
I'm being racist against myself. Not too bad.
Yeah. I can't be racist because I is black.
What? I don't even thought that was racist what I was saying. It was just accent. English accent.
Yeah. Yeah.
God.
Sorry, that was about the racist thing I could think of at off the top of my head.
I didn't even know about the racism in Australia until recently.
There's racism everywhere.
I was hopping on some stream and it was the same thing she was talking about. They were complaining about immigration.
Everywhere you go, Jess, in the world, people complaining about immigration. Yeah.
But it's a thing here in Australia. People want to complain about it, but we've had this happen so many times. When we were young, it was apparently between when my parents were here, it was them, and then it was the Asians, and then it was like the Assyrians when I remember the 90s, and then you had like the and recently now to Samoans, like the Africans, the Ethiopians, last 10 years. You know what I mean? It's coming. It comes in waves.
Yeah.
Like we're used to it here. Like, they shouldn't complain, because if you actually see in waves, and you see the people take over the businesses. First it was the Greeks, and then it was the Asians, and now the Indians own the cabs and certain fruit places and fish and chips. It's just funny now. It's just who owns what. Where it was in the 80s, it used to be like the Greeks and the Asians. It's just funny how it's just gone now.
It happened whether they wanted it to or not.
Yeah, and how every community has gone into their own industry in society. It's funny here in Australia, but it's like that around the world, isn't it? It's like similar.
There's racism all over the place. It's an easy excuse for society's woes.
But I don't see it as like a problem. Like I don't see race. I'm not racist. Right? I've always been on the stick reading dog. Like I go to Greece. I'm an Aussie, and I'm here. I'm not Greek. I'm not an Aussie. Like we get it everywhere.
There's no such thing as not racist. There's no such thing as not racist. There's only degrees of racism.
They're gonna pick on you. They're gonna find something to put you in a box to stereotype you.
It depends whether you can walk past something that's so different than you, right? Yet not raise an eyebrow. Yeah. Say for instance, in the 60s, in the 40s, and a black person walked past. Kind of, you've never seen a black person in your entire life, and a black person suddenly walks past in a suit. Yeah. And you don't even raise an eyebrow, because it doesn't even register that they're any different to anybody else. Then you can say, that you truly are not racist, right? Because that's what racism boils down to, is noticing someone that's different than you. Yeah. So it's not a bad thing. It's just an honest thing to say that there is racism in everybody, but like generally most people play it down to a minimum.
So what, racism? You're putting racism down as differences.
Well, it's where it starts. It's where
it just makes it special, because we're different for a reason.
Well, there's many reasons. There's many reasons to racism. There's many paths, let's say, towards racism, but it tends to boil down to the fact that the people that are getting the blame on whatever the racist thing is being done at the time, tends to be a group that's different, either religious, nationality, something. I don't know. Maybe they just really like Scrabble. And like the crossword people are like, fuck those guys. You know?
I know what it's like. It's their kind. You're different. You're a stranger from our kind. Because that's how the Greeks say it. We can't mix in with them because they're strangers. They're different from us.
Well,
see, that's how it goes. The judgment.
It's the root. It's the root of racism.
Yeah.
I think it depends on a lot of it's on the parents. I've seen racism taught and discouraged by parents. So it's like, for instance, I remember the first time my brother saw a black person. He didn't have any black people in his grade. I think I might have had one or two, so I had seen black people before. But when he saw the gentleman in the grocery store, he was probably 6 or 7 years old. And he turned to my mom and said, "Why is that guy so dirty? Why did he come in the store dirty?" And my mom's reaction to it was she kind of leaned down and she said, "There's nothing wrong with him. That's just the color of his skin." And my brother took it as okay and walked on.
Yep.
And it was that simple. But if she had said, "Oh yeah, he's different," or she could have said 1,000 other things.
Yeah, well, he comes from Africa.
Yeah, but instead she just said, "No, that's just the color of his skin. It's no big deal. Let's go."
Yeah.
And it wasn't a big deal. So
well,
I think a lot of it's determined by parents. Yeah, how do your parents raise you?
Yeah, it is.
What is the response? What is the response when you do get to that situation where you see somebody different? How does the person explain it to you?
Well, it's a constant generational struggle.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you could get rid of racism of one kind or another for a couple of generations, and then maybe the social economic situation will arise,
Yep.
yeah, where that thing gets a resurgence.
Yeah.
That racist
I snap
gets
racism out
a
of my
resurgence. So it's always something that's every generation that people have to fight against.
Yeah.
But there's no truly killing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we grew up in Sydney, which and then I went to Sydney like we were 12, right? I went to Sydney, Queensland 12, and then I said to my parents, I go, "You're a racist," and then they didn't like that, and I go to them, "If you wanted us to be Greek and have Greek whatever, after you had the last child, you should have sent us off to Greece. We're going to multi-mix in with these Aussies and whatever." So because my parents were really strict, and I go, "Look, you took us to a small country town. Can you ease up?" I go, "I'm getting pranked." I go away good. I've been getting pranked, you understand? I know I just happened to get. Well, anyway, yeah. And I told my dad, I go, you're being racist, Dad. You took us into this small town. And after a while, he changed and he eased up in that, but it took a few years in that. But I had to bring it, my brother and sister, like especially me, I had to bring it up to my parents and actually pull them up sometimes and said, listen, here, because they didn't know better because they got taught to have to divide, get me? They didn't know. And then after, it's like they had no choice because we had to go into a country town, which was Spot the Wog. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was like, yeah. So they had to ease up a bit, and they weren't racist after that. It was really funny. We were pointing, it's like, you're being racist. Stop it. It's funny. They didn't know.
Yeah, and I think you've mentioned where the real change starts. The real change is whether or not it's acceptable in a society.
Yeah, in society.
Like you can have your little racist ideas at home, and that's whatever it is. But when you come out into society, are you practicing it? Is it acceptable?
Yeah,
and it's
with the
not
neighbor.
right.
Yeah,
it's not right now. So we are making strides in the right direction.
Yeah, but with that,
It's
if
not
you
acceptable
don't
to be
keep
outright
fighting
racist.
against it, yeah, it can come back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So right there, where you said, like, you know, your mum said to the son, like, that's just someone that's got different coloured skin, and move on.
Yeah.
That's where it's fighting against it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's what we should all attain to.
Yeah, because I said it's just normal. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
That's how
but
she
it's
treated it. Like, yeah, no big deal. Let's move on. And
It's
I didn't
difficult.
think it was a big deal.
I taught my kids. I never taught my kids race. Everyone was the same.
Yeah, it's difficult not to feel racist against some group or other.
Yeah.
Just if you just imagine a group that you've heard of but you've never experienced, right? And then just plonk yourself right down in the middle of whatever it is they happen to be doing in the daytime, yeah? And then experience that emotion of just suddenly being surrounded by this type of people, yeah, right? And that emotion will truly show you what kind of person you are. Yeah, it's you know, you get the results. It's your test. If you want to cheat, go right ahead. But that's how I picture myself, my racism. Yeah, that if there's a group of people, like for instance the people that we've got coming across on boats into this country, and if I put myself in that boat as I am, put myself in that boat, what would I feel among those people, and how would I react? And that would vastly armour yourself against any such situations. Yeah, because I was brought up as a kid around black people, and so even though most of my life I've spent without, but because of my early childhood, yeah, I don't see it, I never saw it as anything like that, right?
Yeah.
But if I was around, say, Middle Eastern people, yeah, I would feel vastly uncomfortable, very worried, yeah, kind of. Not without any reason to, just because I know who these people are, and I know nothing about them. Yeah.
Really cool. The Smashing Pumpkins.
Well,
Well, I think you're onto something there because, what they talk about, at least in the textbooks, is exposure. It's so important to, like, socialize your children and expose them to all different kinds of people.
Yeah.
If you do it when they're younger, they accept it openly. When I had to make the choice to put my son in preschool, I could either put him in an all-white preschool in the suburbs, or I could have taken him into the inner city with a mixed crowd, right? So I decided to make that drive every day to take him down to the integrated school because I didn't want him growing up like I did, only seeing one kind of person. And it worked. My child's not racist at all.
Well, yeah.
I think there was only two white kids in his whole class.
Yeah, that'll put you in your place.
Exactly. He got used to it at an early age, but none of the kids knew the difference. They were all 3 and 4. They didn't know. They didn't care. It's the perfect time to integrate them.
Yeah, my kids grew up like that too, yeah. And
That's the perfect time to introduce them. If you're going to have young children, please take them out in the world and show them something.
Yeah.
The TV might help with that now. There's a lot more other than just white people on the TV
traveling,
now.
There's no excuse for traveling.
No coordination, social interaction. No, TV's no good.
Don't worry.
Maybe good for
I don't really
and to talk, but not social skills. Maybe to language going, and sentences.
Yeah.
Because That's like Jackson heaps when he started talking, and he talks American, but he's talking because he didn't talk for years back then.
Yeah.
It was so frustrating. We drew a lot, and he did a lot of maths. He loves his equations, but we drew a lot. Like, he could do a Pringle, and he could do a nugget. He could do a decal. It was funny.
Yeah.
Bananas and that, and you could do a box with the Pringle sticker on it. Okay, it was funny when it was only 3 or 4. It was funny. So
I thought you were going to say that he didn't speak for a very long time, and then he spoke for the first time, and now we can't get him to shut up.
No, he doesn't shut up. He doesn't. When he's passionate about something, he's an introvert, and he doesn't shut up though when he's very passionate about the universe. I tell him to talk about space and the planets and the different galaxies and the black holes. He's been doing that since 5. And the star constellation.
Are you regretting that advice?
At 3 years old, he looks, Mum, he goes, look, star constellation. I go, how did you know that word? It's just like,
where'd you learn that?
With my kids,
he could say constellation, you know what I mean? Like star it's like, it was weird, the stuff that he was coming out with.
my kids, we tried to get them to talk. Right, and then a year later, then comes all the questions, and we're like, look, just, ask the teacher.
Listen, I've been through that. I've told people that 100 times. You spend the first year begging them to walk and talk, and then you spend the rest of the time telling them to sit down and shut up.
Yeah.
I was one of those kids that asked, why is the sky blue? Why is this? I always ask questions. I was one of those annoying kids. But why? But why is the Bible? Okay, that's because if someone said that, but why did he say that? I was like questioning everything, right? None of my kids are actually like that, right? My younger 2 are thinkers like me. They think a lot. I can see how they're thinking in their head, and they do think like that, and they got the questions. They're eternal. I mean, they're introverts. My 2 youngest ones are introverts. Right. So I know how they tick, right? Because I could see myself in them, all right? And then a few years later, like I was walking in back street somewhere, and I heard a little girl called Dad. And she's like, Dad, why is the sky blue? Why is the grass green? I'm like, oh my God, this kid still exists.
Oh yeah, the questioner.
You see, when I had my first child, we didn't have the internet. Yeah, the internet was a brand new thing that was happening, so we didn't really know about it. We didn't have the internet as such. And so a lot of that was different. When I had my second child, I had the backup plan of, if I didn't know, I could just tell her to ask the internet.
Google it.
Because I think as parents, the worst thing you can fear is your child asking you question, and you don't know any of the answers to. So
I do.
I guess
remember my
about
dad-
how annoying that question moment of your child's education rather depends on how educated you were in order to be able to
Yeah.
answer those questions when they
So
ask.
I
Yeah.
remember
Um,
my
No?
dad pointing to the encyclopedias a lot. You would go ask him a question, he'd just point to the encyclopedia set. Try to look it up when you ask me.
Yeah.
Or if you knew how to spell it, Dad, do you know how to spell what it? Point to the dictionary. Look it up. You know, he avoided it. Just go to the books and
my
see what
sis-
you could.
because I can't spell, my sister and brother goes, get a dictionary. But then I
Yeah,
couldn't spell the words in the dictionary. They go, get a thesaurus. I
Well,
love a thesaurus.
what you need
I
I
to
love
love
it.
it.
This
what you need to
Yeah,
do,
I love it
tools. Yeah,
more than a dictionary.
tools. You got to go out and buy the biggest dictionary you can find. Yeah, and then
I've
the
got
next time
the
he says that
encyclopedia.
to you, yeah, you can
I've got the
hit
two
him with it.
encyclopedia one.
hit him
The
with
two
it.
encyclopedia that I ended up finding the two I found the dictionaries. I got the dictionaries.
Well, when he asks next time, hit him with it.
No, that's my sister. My sister was because she was good reading and I was maths. Maths is everything. We had a war growing up. And I proved it to her, but she doesn't care now. She's dumb. But anyway, we should call her undercover blonde. But anyway, um, we're so stupid. But anyway, the things that she used to say. But yeah. I won that. I won that, and because I know now maths is everything. It's like because she used to go, no, English is. I go, no, you only know so much with language. How to put the decimal point. I mean the points, the full stops, and the grammar. That's too much for me. That's like, I'm not going to be an author. I loved maths though. I was a
I
mathematician.
wish I did.
No, when you put algebra in year 11, they put me in like the maths, like the high thing, and I couldn't understand it because I had algebra. I can understand what x equals what, like y, like a equals x. I could do that, but then when you do the x and the y's and all this other stuff, it just got too much for
Yeah.
me. And I begged them, can I go back to the lower one? And they go, but you'll be too smart. I go, this is too hard for me. I can't concentrate. I didn't know I had dyslexia then. The next 2
Yeah.
years I found out. I found out. About I think that year I actually found out because I was in year 11. Yeah, that's that year I found out. But and they put me down like and I could do like the normal math and I bludged it. It was too easy.
Wait, so they didn't figure out that you were dyslexic until you were like
No,
17?
I ran away from home because my uncle had bipolar, and he was going into the Rocky, and they were zapping him and they were doing things to him, and I'm like, I've got bipolar, man, and I didn't know. They didn't tell me he was bipolar. They said he's sick. Everyone's sick there. You know what I mean? He had mental issues, but he had bipolar, right? I didn't know back then. Right, so I could see my uncle getting depressed because I understood why he was getting depressed because what was happening, right? Because in my house, my mum was strict and she was belting me, and I was 16. My year 8 teacher gave me an A for English because I told her she saw electric jug cord marks on my thighs, and then I confided. I go, my mum hits me. When I was 12, she hit me, and I asked her what was that for, and that's what you're gonna do. It was shit like that. My brother and sister used to do things, and they used to blame me, and she used to hit me. I used to get blamed for everything. Right? Anyway, so I ran away from home. When my sister got married, I ran away from home because then I had to look after my younger sisters, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I want to do school. So I rebelled and I left home, all right, twice. The first time, right? And my dad never hit me. And at the train station, I went to leave because we were in Gladstone. I was going to go to Brisbane. Anyway, the school found out, and they told my dad, and my dad rocked up at the train station just before we were about to leave. The train rocked up, and my dad freaked out because I was his favourite, right? It was funny. Anyway, and he freaked out, and he came with my grandfather, which was my mum's dad, right? He's the strict one. And my dad took out the belt and started belting me, right? And then I went to the office and the police were there, and they said, "You want to arrest your dad?" I go, "No, it's not his fault. It's my grandfather. It's that man." I go, "It's his fault because my mum thinks it's okay to hit me. It's my mum." I go, "I don't want to go home. It's my mum's fault, right? It's not my dad. My dad's in shock now, right? Because he was, right? He freaked out, right?" So anyway, and then I ended up leaving. I didn't go home. I went to my sister's house. My sister ended up getting me because she didn't want me being barefoot and pregnant and drugged out and stoned. But those 2 weeks I stayed at her house, I was drunk and stoned.
Okay.
I didn't get pregnant, I didn't have sex or anything, but it was funny. Anyway, eventually I left home twice, right? Then I left home again. But by the second time, right, my parents thought something was wrong with me. So they sent me to go and get, like, my head scanned. So I went to Rock and I got an IQ test. I didn't know I was getting an IQ test. I didn't know what they were doing. They had these machines put to me. They scanned my head and everything. They were asking me all these questions. They made me do an IQ test, and I couldn't understand some questions. I could understand some of them, but some of them I couldn't, right? And it took too long to do it because I couldn't read properly. That's when they realised, like, all right, this is how I'm getting there, right?
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Listen, they end up checking my mental thing. Anyway, they go, okay, they stopped it. 'Cause I didn't want to answer. I remember the test I did. It was just all these questions. I answered them. The ones I avoided were, do you hear voices? Do you hear this? And I'm thinking, I listen to my intuition, but I don't. It's not. You know. They wanted to know if I was a schizophrenic. I'm not dumb, right?
Yeah.
So I avoid sort of like those ones, like most of those ones, right? And anyway, I didn't finish it totally, but I did all the mathematical whatever. I didn't know I was doing an IQ test. I didn't know. I didn't know nothing, right? All I remember, they got my parents back in. My parents paid $300 something for it. I remember them complaining, right, back then. And they go, that's how much it is to see a specialist now here. For, like, you know, back then that was expensive, but now it's normal. The doctor goes, there's nothing wrong with your daughter. She's highly intelligent, if anything. She's got dyslexia. There's nothing wrong with you in Catholic. You have to go and do like counselling, and that's why I started doing counselling for myself. My mother never went to any of them, and I just counselled myself, like with these people. And then I realised that every 6 months you get a new one, and I didn't like that. But I knew these organisations. They helped me out so I don't do anything crazy because my mum was abusive. Yeah, and then I found out I had dyslexia. And because when I was young, I got belted, or my dad smacked me because he thought I was lazy because I studied, and then when it comes to the test, I forgot how to spell. And then I remember the doctor going, the psychiatrist saying, so they're like, what's this dyslexia? My dad's like, what's this dyslexia? And he goes, when instead of E, you write 3, and I remember doing that. I remember doing that as a kid. And then you can't read funny, and then sometimes you forget. And I remember saying to my dad, see, Dad, when I was young, I didn't lie. So I learned techniques. Yeah, a few years later, I learned how to flip my brain. Like this. I'll show you. You're going to see my face now. Wait. Wait. I'll get my backdrop first. All right. Okay, here. Okay, you do it like this.
Okay.
That's how you flip your brain. All right, and that's how, you flip your brain.
Okay.
See?
It's as good as anyway.
Yeah. This would help me study. I played Papa this yesterday or the other day. All right, that helps dyslexia. How to flip your brain, how to crisscross your brain when you're studying and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. To flip your brain, like, cause and that helps me read. That helps me just get my and plus a ruler. And they say pink, like put a pink sheet, the pink something. And if you get glasses, put a pink tint. Like the pink's really good for people with dyslexia.
I just read about that they were starting to use different colored paper and fonts for the kids that had learning disabilities, and they're making some progress with it. Yeah, they really are. They're starting to put glasses on that look. I know it sounds funny, but like rose-colored glasses. So they
Because my son, he's autistic, and he's got this blue tint sort of thing with his one, and that's for like he's got the one for autistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever that is. It's like purpley. I don't know what it is. But yeah, he's got that.
They've known that colors can affect us for a while. Psychologists have known about that for years. They use it in like fast food restaurants and shit. Like you'll notice when you look at
supermarkets.
Yeah, it'll all be like, I think yellow and red are the hungry colors.
Check out the colours. Check out the general colour the main colour of every aisle. Yeah. Every time you go round the corner into a new aisle, yeah, try to look up and down it at what kind of colours are being used in that aisle, and then when you go to the next one, do the same, and you'll find that the same colours keep coming up because everybody's trying to get their merchandise to stand out, and so there are certain colours, yeah, that will not stand out against everybody else standing out. So they all tend to be coloured the same ways. Yeah. So pay attention, especially to the many different brands.
I'll have to go through the middle. I'm an outside of the store shopper.
Wow.
I try to buy as little from the middle as possible. Because the outside of our grocery stores are set up with the produce and the fresh items. So all the fresh foods on the outside, and then all the processed foods in the middle.
We go to the expensive supermarket, then we go to the cheapest supermarket, then we go to the second expensive supermarket, and then we go to the second cheapest supermarket because they're all in a row.
That's craziness. I have one.
Well,
one. It's an hour away.
Where they're all situated, you do what you it's a line between them all. That's the way we do it because it's in a line. We go one, then the next, then the next. But what we do is we tend to buy fresh fruit and veg from the first one because their fruit and veg is a lot fresher than anybody else's. Yeah. And then we go to the next one, which is the cheapest, and then we pick up a few essentials, bits and bobs. And then we go to the next one, which is the freezer specialist. So they mainly do frozen food, and so that's where we get our cheap frozen food, generally speaking, is from there. And then we go to the next one, which is where we pick up all the bits and bobs that we want that are relatively cheap but still available. Yeah, like for instance, I'll get honey from that last place because it's cheap. Yeah, and you get quite a bit of it. Yeah, compared to the other brands, but that's the way it works. And my wife is the shopper person. She's the best shopper, and she says that's the way it works. And so that's the way it works. Yeah, many of the times where I've talked about picking up an item that isn't in that order, yeah, and she's like, no. We don't buy that from this store. We buy that from the other store. Yeah?
She's got a system.
And I have to do that. I have to do that child walk of shame where I have to take the item and put it back on the shelf.
Walk into the next store and find it.
Yeah. We're not allowed anything.
Hey, happy wife, happy life. You know that.
Yeah. Well. That's our shopping.
Go ahead. Try to say something to the contrary. You know I'm right.
Yeah. Hey, Smidge.
Oh, I can't see the chat.
It's funny how people that don't live near London call it London town.
What do they call it?
London town. Apparently, he's on his way to London. Yeah. For a wedding.
We use that expression here. We go to town.
Yeah.
The people in the city don't use it, but out here, as far as we are, yeah, we call that. We're going into town. Get some.
Yeah. Well, if you're still here, Smidge, yeah, I'll go live tomorrow evening.
Well, fools, I wish you were closer. I gotta do statistics today, man. I wish I had some math help today.
Well, I wish I had your for reading to do some study. I can't hook up my StreamYard with my YouTube thing to do a live.
Yeah.
It's just simple things like that. I'm so confused. Like, it's just like crazy.
I gotta stop moving sand.
One of my brothers is dyslexic. My second youngest brother. And I've helped him out through the years, and it we found so many wonderful ways for him to enjoy literature. Like he's on audiobooks now. He loves
Yeah,
books, but he
yeah.
can't read them. He can only get through like a paragraph, and then it's jarbled. He can't. So I used to read to him, but now that they got all these audiobooks, like he loves it all the time. But like I helped him get his like his high school thing, his high school
Mm.
equivalent. All he needed was someone to read the questions.
That's right.
He
That's what
knew
I
all
needed. I passed it. Yeah,
he
yeah,
saw.
yeah. Yeah, because people didn't understand why. I know, and then when it comes to the test, I failed. But then if you read it out to me, I ace it. It's funny.
Yeah, but
Yeah, he was able to do every bit of it and know all the
Yeah.
answers, but he couldn't read through the questions. That was all that was keeping him back.
that really
But
is
I've
a
got
test into whether you can read or not.
It is,
no.
absolutely.
It doesn't. It doesn't help when you're dyslexic and you've got ADD because you get sidetracked and your mind goes everywhere. Even if you read it, then you forget, and then you have to read it 3 times, and it's like, oh my god, and you forget it. But if someone reads it out loud, and if you're reading it, you're not really comprehending it. Just say if someone else is reading it, because I like it
Yeah.
when someone else reads it because I can actually comprehend it differently as I was reading it or reading it out loud.
Yeah,
Because when
that's
I'm reading
exactly what he
it
said.
out loud, I can understand it, but I can't comprehend it as someone to read it out to me on a deeper level. Yeah. I listened to an audiobook the other day, and I realised it was 8 hours. And I went to bed, and I went laid down listening to it. And I fell asleep, and I woke up the next morning. It was still going. I had an hour left. It was 1,300 something pages, but it was my first time I listened to an audiobook, and I actually enjoyed it, even though I fell asleep. But
Yeah.
it was like I've got to find a good book that I actually like. But I don't mind these audiobooks for people, especially people that can't read. It's really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, he
Yeah, just
loves
don't.
it.
Yeah,
I
just don't
couldn't
fall asleep.
I couldn't read until I found something I wanted to read.
I was
Yeah.
a really early reader. Patty taught me how to read before I started school, like kindergarten or whatever. Like I knew how to read going into school. But they read to me all the time. It's like you were saying, it was before the internet and all this stuff. Like my parents read to me every single day. I caught on.
I taught my
But it's
kids to
actually
read TV guide so they could tell time and schedules, and they learned how to read, and they could learn how to read time and the guide. That was mad. They're really young, but they could actually read time, and they learned how to read like time, and yeah, even though it was a TV guide, like a TV, but they wanted to
yes.
learn.
They
But they
would.
wanted to learn. Yeah, they wanted to know their favorite shows.
But it like I don't know, I guess it was a transition for he and I
Yeah.
because that's something that I excel at. Like when they tested me for reading comprehension, I'm way up in like the 98th or 99th percentile. So it was weird, but we got through it and now we can enjoy the same books. You know, I sit down and read it and he listens to it and we're able to talk about it just like he read the book with me. Like he takes in all of it when he listens to it.
Is this your brother?
Yeah. But we're 11 years apart.
Older or younger? Younger.
Younger.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
yeah.
11, yeah, he's 11 years younger than me, so it was more. You know how that is. That's more like a
That's
mom and
nothing. That's
kind
nothing
of
when you
sister.
get
Yeah,
older. Yeah, that's nothing. My younger sister, she's 10 years younger than me, and it's nothing.
yeah. Oh no, we get along like peas and carrots. It's just we were at different points in our education. You know what I mean? Like I was already like graduated from high school, coming back
Yeah.
trying to help him in middle school. You know what I mean? So it was yeah. But we got through it. We figured it out. He's doing good
My
now.
kid, my kids now, my oldest and my youngest, he's a 13-year gap, and that's like I've never experienced that, and we thought that's going to be whatever, but that's actually all right. How it's going, like, how it's different because he's 28 now, and then my youngest is 13, and he's great. How he's a role model for him and everything. It's
That's
really
awesome.
good. Yeah, because his dad's not around. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's really yeah, because I
yeah.
didn't want
So
that division or anything. There's no whatever. Like, yeah. It's really good. Yeah, I like how it is, how it's going. You could still emotion.
my oldest and youngest brother are like that. My oldest and youngest brother are 16 years apart. I
Wow.
think, and it's like a mentor relationship. Like my
Yeah,
my
that's what
older
I'm saying.
brother is
Yeah. Okay,
his
yeah. That's what I'm
brother
getting at. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Yeah, I'm seeing the early stages of that. Yeah.
looks out for him. Well, unfortunately, both of their fathers are dead. You know, but he looks out for him like that father role. Like he takes him under his wing. He helps him with this stuff at work and is relationships, and it's really sweet, the relationship they have. They're
Yeah,
really
that's what my other boys are too, and like a mentor. Interesting. Oh yeah, early stages. Interesting. Yeah, it's gonna be. Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
I hesitate to use the word like replacement father, but like second
Mentor. I
father.
like how you said that. Mentor. Yeah, I like how you said that. Yeah, because that's what they are.
It's
Interesting.
difficult. It's difficult. Yeah, it's very difficult for a guy to have a relationship with a kid. Yeah,
Yeah.
unless they're going out with the kid's mother. Do you know? Unless you're
Yes. Yeah.
in an actual fatherhood situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, where you are his surrogate, but it's very difficult for a guy to get involved with a child because it's so easy for accusations to be thrown around.
But when they're brothers, nobody bats an eye.
Yeah.
They're good boys. They work hard.
Yeah.
I miss them. I miss them. They're busy now. They're both middle-aged and busy now.
It's the way of life, isn't it? They grow up, they leave home.
I'll get to see them in May, I think. I think they're going to come in for my graduation.
Yeah. That'll be a
So I'll
nice
get to see
day.
'em then. Yeah.
That'll be a good day.
I'm excited.
Yeah, both of you getting your diplomas together.
Yeah. I'm just happy we get to sit by each other because we both have really bad social anxiety. Neither one of us do well in a crowd at all. And
That's
I think
right.
if we were doing it separately, chances are we probably wouldn't do it at all. So it's a good thing that we're going together.
Yeah, totally.
We need each other. We need each other for sure. I'm hoping I'll go into like mommy mode, where I'm gonna be stoic because it's for my son. I'm hoping that's the mindset that'll hit me that day.
Forget about you. You're gonna. That's just him. You forget about you just holding his hand, even though you're doing it there to yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but make it more about be mommy for it.
If I give you any kind of advice, yeah, Jess, yeah, make sure you take plenty of tissues with you that day.
Yeah, I have a feeling I'm gonna be doing quite a bit of crying.
Yeah, just take plenty of tissues.
I'm a big crybaby anyway, so it's to be expected.
Did you get upset when he went to camp for the first time, or you never went over his first sleepover, like a first thing? Did you get upset?
Absolutely. I didn't let him leave the house for 6 months.
Oh my god!
after Anna.
I had one of those mums. She was crying. She was, okay. I was like, "See you later." And he
No,
forgot
I was
him.
like kindergarten the first day, like when he got on the school bus the first time, I went inside and cried for an hour.
Yeah.
I'm sensitive.
I said to her, cry. You need a box with you, a box of tissues.
Yeah.
Not those portable tissues. She needs a box.
Yeah.
In a handbag.
Yes.
You need a
Yeah,
handbag.
the whole, yeah. Yeah, I'll be alright. We'll make it through.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will, but still, it's going to be a
I'm
marvelous.
supposed to like.
It's going to be a marvelous day.
I'm supposed to stay after and like meet some professors and stuff. And I was telling Patty yesterday. I said, I'm going genuine, Patty. I said if I cry or if I shake or whatever, I'm just gonna go with it. I was like, I'm not even gonna try to pretend like everything's okay.
Yeah.
I don't socialize well. I can socialize with small groups of people, but when you put me in like 1,000 people, I'm terrified the whole time.
Yeah. Well, just don't do any backflips or anything when you get your diploma.
Absolutely not. No, there's not going to be any sort of nonsense. It would be me terrified, smiling nervously, and then running away. That's pretty much how it went at the high school one. I think it'll be about the same this time.
I think if you're given a diploma and then you attempt to backflip and then fail it, they should take your diploma back. Yeah. 'Cause,
Absolutely.
Obviously, you're not educated enough.
You put him back in the health and safety class.
Well, stick him back in the system, right? If he manages
Or
to
he
do
gets
it,
an asterisk.
on the other hand, if he manages to make the backflip, yeah, then okay, we give him a pass. Yeah, because
You know where I bet he made the mistake in the shoes.
well, it
I
just
bet because he had dress shoes on, he didn't make it.
it just making the decision to do a backflip is a very big decision to make, and so you want to be absolutely careful that you can do the backflip when you need to do the backflip.
Oh, I'm sure he was perfectly capable of it till he had on his fancy, shiny, slippery dress shoes, and it didn't go the way he thought it was going to.
I think the gown slowed him down a bit.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah.
He should have practiced it in the gown with the funny.
But that's what I'm saying. If he was intelligent enough, he would have practiced every chance. Every chance of something going wrong, he would have worked a way out of that, you know? Right. But if you don't, then you're obviously too dumb.
Well, here's the thing, though. If he made the backflip, it wouldn't have been something to look at. Only the people in the auditorium would have seen it.
Yeah.
But since he failed it, now he can share all of our attention.
The whole of TikTok.
See, I don't even TikTok, and I know about it.
Yeah, neither do I. I don't do TikTok either. But I've heard of TikTok.
I did YouTube and Facebook, and that was it. And I haven't even Facebooked in like 12 years. I'm not sure if it's still there or not. Yeah, somebody told me they don't disappear, so I think I still have them.
Yeah, well, I've heard.
And apparently I have Instagram because Patty.
Well, I know what.
Patty made me get Instagram to get something.
I know what it's like on YouTube. I know how bad it gets with people on YouTube. And so I hear TikTok is even worse.
I never looked at it. It tells me you got it.
Yeah.
Like the Twitter, I never even attempted Twitter.
Bad. I've been banned on TikTok. I've been banned on YouTube. I've got 3 other accounts here on YouTube still.
Oh, you bad woman.
No,
What have you been doing?
I got attacked, right? So I'll let them have it. But on TikTok, I actually got, like, I get harassed. If I say anything about 12 House of Secrets and all that, I still get, like, harassed, and that's why I went under Fools and Tools and stuff like that, even though they are my, like, they're actually legit my names. But if I mention anything on TikTok, it's still sensitive, but it's okay on YouTube. I mean, on Facebook, they disappeared now, but I think they're still, I think they're on TikTok, the people that you know, whatever. I don't care. They're scammers. I'm going to out them soon. Everyone's going to hear about what they've done. But what's happened. But that's why everything on my accounts are private. Except TikTok's not. I don't think TikTok is. I don't care about TikTok, but my other accounts have all been blocked and stuff. And I finally got into my other account, like as I said now, like TikTok. But I don't use TikTok. I use it because I got into digital marketing. And then about so many years ago, because they say it's good for TikTok. They already had Instagram and Facebook. All right. And I got my business page up on Facebook, so I can generate the 1,000 here, there, and everywhere on all platforms. But so like I don't like TikTok. TikTok's really bad. You've got the what do you call it? Sugar daddies, and you got the sugar daddy. Like they've settled down now, but it's really creepy. It's really and then you've got the scammers everywhere. But on TikTok, it's worse. It's the sugar daddies. It's fucked. Oh, sorry, but yeah.
Makes me feel hungry.
Really
Patty saw the look on my face. Patty saw the look on my face. I have headphones on. Patty saw the look on my face and looked at me. What in the hell are they talking about? I said, sugar daddies, y'all.
They can be. They're really mean. They're cool.
The second you said it, my face screwed up. I was like, oh. No, that road ain't paved with gold. Do you want to talk to him? We'll say good morning.
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 Good morning.
They tried to say country accent mornings back to
Yeah. Morning.
I think she's getting on with Papa and Reddy.
Oh, is Papa on?
Yeah, I think he just came on.
Hey, Kathy. Hey there, Kathy.
Okay, is somebody in the chat?
I can't see the chat. The chat's there, but it says nothing.
Yeah.
Hey, Kathy.
Because it's magical.
He doesn't have the YouTube chat hooked up to StreamYard. So if you want to participate in the chat, you have to open a second tab to YouTube and mute it.
That's about the size of
I
it.
said that. Did I say that right?
Yeah, that's about the size of it.
Oh. Oh, I got in and out. Okay, no, I'll get lost. Okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm sure Kathy will turn up. She'll join in, I'm sure.
What does she say? Oh, hey, oh, it's Kathy. Hey, Kathy.
Yeah.
Hi, whoever's down there. Can't see.
What do I want to eat? Waffles.
Don't just shout out waffles.
Sorry, I was wondering. I'm wandering around the kitchen. What should I eat? And I thought, we got 3 boxes of waffles. I need to eat some.
Yeah.
So waffles are like pancakes, just shaped different, crepe style.
Yeah,
Yeah,
kind of.
pretty much.
So
Pretty
everything's like a batter, because even donuts are like they're all like a similar batter.
It's just another excuse for Americans to put maple syrup on stuff.
Listen, I'm on a gain weight diet, so I'm trying to eat as American as possible.
Oh yeah, waffles, pancakes, yeah, and ice cream, bananas.
As
Yeah.
many carbohydrates as I can get into me a day, the better.
Can I have some pancakes with my syrup?
Actually, I
Put
don't even
bananas
like
on it. Bananas good.
I like syrup very little. I prefer honey, but it doesn't
Yeah.
have as many carbohydrates as the syrup is.
I like honey.
As cover, what syrup's got? Yeah, syrup's got more, right? Yeah, because I like honey. It's more healthier.
Well,
Yeah.
I went to the dietitian and she told me to just eat as many condiments as I could. If I could stand putting a condiment on it, to do that.
What's a condiment?
A condiment is like what you add to food.
sauce.
Salt, pepper, ketchup, mustard,
A sauce,
mayonnaise,
you know?
syrup.
There's not many calories in salt.
Well, you know what I mean, though. But she
Even
meant
that
like.
night. No, they tell you to watch that in your diet, the add-ons, because she just said, yeah, that thing, yeah, because I've heard it before. Yeah.
Well, you don't want too much salt, obviously, but like...
I don't really enjoy salt, so I have
Jer-
issues with that. Patty tries to put salt in all my food, so I don't necessarily taste it.
Generally, it's not a problem until you get some idiot that decides he's going to eat as much bacon as he possibly can.
What I would give for just one taste of bacon. It smells so good.
I've gone off it myself.
I'm
You're
allergic-
allergic to it.
Yeah, I'm allergic to pork. I don't eat any
Yeah,
red meat.
yeah.
I don't eat mammals. I only
Yeah,
eat...
I can't be vegetarian. I like bacon and ham and salami.
Is your
Porridge.
is your tongue gonna,
smells so good.
is your tongue gonna swell up if you kiss someone that's just eaten bacon?
Funny, yes, that's happened to me.
You know what I mean? I'm just like, how far removed?
Absolutely. My tongue doesn't swell up, but I get like how most people get allergies from like pollen. Like my eyes start watering.
Yeah.
I start getting hives on my arms, and it's like I don't know. It's
I
like
saw-
any other allergy. Yeah.
The other day I saw turkey rashers in the supermarket. Yeah, and I talked to the wife and she said, no, they're more expensive than bacon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's such a thing as a turkey rasher.
Oh yeah. I recently started eating turkey bacon, which
yeah,
is good.
Well, that's it. That's the stuff.
But it tastes like turkey. It doesn't taste like human.
Yeah, but it's just fried meat. At the end of the day,
It's delicious, yeah.
it's just fried meat.
But it's good, yeah. And they make little turkey sausages, and I do ground turkey instead of like
Yeah.
you would use ground beef.
You
Ground
get beef
for, like,
sausages
yes.
as well.
Yeah, beef is really cheap here because it's raised.
Yeah, well you can
Super cheap.
you can make beef sausage.
People typically around here either eat beef or pork almost every meal
Yeah, well pork is so good.
because it's so cheap.
Yeah.
And then poultry farms, like we have, I think 3 poultry farms within like 30 or 40 miles. Meat is really cheap here, and we have lamb too. We have a lamb farm close.
Yeah.
That's what my
What's
son
up,
likes.
doggy?
My son loves lamb. It's nice living in the agricultural area.
Yeah, it is. Especially you. You're further away from everything than what we are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm further away than most people are. Yeah, except for Americans. We have so much land here. There's a lot of people.
agriculture is about 1,000 meters in that direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the closest countryside is.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, but like, then you've only got a couple of miles, and then you hit another town, and then a
What
couple
are
of miles, and then you hit another town, and kind of like, so countryside isn't the same here as it is there.
I said he has fools and tools. What are your guys' big agricultural crops there in Australia? What do you guys grow?
What? Someone's that big here. Where? Well, yeah.
Dingoes and kangaroos.
Shut up.
There's a
You know what I
big
mean?
place.
Like, we grow
There's
wheat
lots of
here in
natural.
the US.
There's lots of, like, I live behind a national park.
I just meant as like the country of Australia.
Koala
like,
steaks.
We have huge beef industry. We got a lot of wheat, and we have a lot of corn. I know those are the three big ones here. I was wondering in Australia, what are the three big?
Okay.
There's a massive domestic demand for koalas.
Oh, shut up.
I know where my girlfriend lives. They have the cows out there, sort of thing. So I don't know. I know we sold it for all our good stuff overseas, but we've got good horses here, like everything from fruit and everything. It goes
Wow.
it goes overseas. Not in. We've got the opals. We've got our crystals, like our rocks. We've got a bit of everything.
Okay.
Depends. Different parts of Australia produce different things.
Yeah. Because in Queensland they've got the pork and they've got the fruits and stuff and that, and around around Australia it's different what they do other stuff,
Yeah.
It's the same here in the States. Like we have certain parts that make maple syrup, certain parts grow apples,
Yeah.
certain parts grow the wheat. It's different every region. I just happen to be in a really sweet spot where we have most things here. We live in a really nice place for resources, outside resources. You could live off the land here if you needed to.
I live out on the outskirts of the city, sort of thing. Like it's still like an hour away. I can go country.
Okay.
Yeah, like I've always lived. I can like my family used to live in Campbelltown, which is like a half an hour out from Wollongong, which is out of Sydney. Like we've always lived out, and we always moved out of the suburbs, even be close to the city, but out there. And then when we went to the country town, it was a country town. You know what I mean? Like we love living out. Like I prefer the country. I'm a city girl now, sort of like a country girl in the city. You know, I got a country heart. Like I love the out. Like I don't want to be. I'm stuck where I am now. I wasted my just trying to find somewhere to go. It's hard for me now to live with a child. When I had a partner, it was different. It was easier for me to find housing and that. It's for the last 4 years. I can't. I'm stuck where I am now. But I do want to live out in like how you are, like out in the country. I prefer the country life. I don't want to be in the city anymore. But I'm where I am now. It is what it is.
I felt very irritated and angered by living in the city. It served to irritate me. Like trying to go to the grocery store that's 10 minutes away, but it takes me 20 minutes, and then everybody's rude to me when I'm there. It stressed me.
Fuck those guys.
No, I'm pretty lucky because the way it's set up here, it's convenient. In every suburb, there's like a main thing, and there's a main like So people like I see how they're doing these cities, like how they're doing it. Because I live I moved here 8 years ago, and I loved it, and I was in front of everything that I needed at that time. Like I live on the same block as Woolworks, like the supermarket sort of thing.
Oh, okay.
You know. And then 2 blocks away, the main one, like Westfield, like a big mall, like for this area. So I could even walk there if I wanted to. You know what I mean? Like I've got everything I've got like McDonald's, KFC, everything in front of me here, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And now,
You got the Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah, I've got Kentucky Fried Chicken up the road here. I've got everything. So what I need, and it's very convenient. Like now it's opening up now with big buildings. Like they've just changed the roads. It's really crazy. I don't like it. Now, I understand where I'm living. Like people don't understand where I live here. It's at the body corp, so it's under development. So it's just for investment because the government's going to do something in the future. So they're going to move me eventually.
Oh, yeah.
Because I've worked for the council. Because I asked my landlord and they play dumb. And I go, no, because there's 3 body corps here. And I go, why is there body corp? And now they're fixing everything up. They're changing the roads up a bit. You know what I mean? I know eventually they're going to move us here. Because the units.
They'll gentrify it.
Yeah.
Because it's a body corp. No one, it's just an investment.
Your age depends greatly on whether you like city or country. Generally, young
I
people like
agree.
city because more is going on in the city.
I really enjoyed growing up in the suburbs, like being there in like high school and stuff. Yeah, because friends were accessible and activities were accessible, and it wasn't the inner city, but in the suburbs, you can still run around and have fun with your friends. And like out here, that was difficult. My son was in high school out here, and I drove him a lot of places. My parents would just tell me, grab your bike and go. You know what I mean? But him, I had to, because you can't really want a bike in a 55-mile-an-hour 2-lane highway for 8 miles.
Yeah, no, you don't. You don't want that.
So you gotta take him to, to his friends.
Oh, it's a bit different here, but there's many different roads.
But I did enjoy the accessibility to people when I was younger. But now that I'm older and studying, I have no need for people. I like the YouTube people.
Yeah, you can switch those people off.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You guys don't call me. You don't ask me for shit. I don't have to take you to the airport. You're not going to ask me to move you. You're not going to ask me to watch your kids or your dog.
Yeah.
There's less obligation for me.
That's funny.
Never say never, Jess.
That's so funny, right?
Never say never, Jess. I'll tell you that for nothing.
That's what people do when in reality, it's really weird, eh?
Yeah, right? See, it makes sense once I said it
You're
out.
mad. Yeah, I wrote a song called Amuse. I'm a mad, I'm a bank, I'm a safety net, an amusement.
Yep. Everything to me.
Yeah. Track you down. If the wife starts asking me, do I want a holiday in America? Yeah, there's not many things that I want to go to America for. So you might find that I might end up on your doorstep.
Oh, yeah, you're not coming here. You'll get scared where you get here.
You never know for sure.
Now, I might come up to the city and meet you if you want to go check out Cincinnati.
Yeah, you might think so, but it wouldn't be the first time I've suddenly turned up at someone's door.
Well,
Yes,
all are
Cincinnati.
welcome. All are welcome.
Yeah.
Just remember to knock. Yeah, we have
Is that the movie that they made on that top of that building in Seattle with Mel? What's her name? And that guy. I forget their names. Hanks and Mel.
I'll develop a nervous twitch just for you. Turn up your door.
All right.
You know, Tourette's or something.
Just don't walk in anybody else's yard. Knock on the door first. It's a stand your ground state. You'll get shot.
Oh, the worst nightmare.
The driveway.
Someone turns up at your door you didn't want at your door, yeah, and they've got Tourette's.
That's not good. That's not a good situation.
Yeah.
You'll know you're in the right place. You'll hear Patty long before you knock on the door.
Yeah, Paddy will be making me a cup of tea before you even know. Yeah.
Hey, Patty knows how to make tea.
Yeah, come in the kitchen. Come sit down, have a cup of tea.
She drinks coffee.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, she'd bring you right in.
Yeah.
I hope you like animals. Bring the dog. She's more than welcome. Just
Yeah.
she'll fit in with the rest of the crowd.
Bring me in like I live next door.
Mm-hmm. That's how we tend to treat people here, as long as they're polite, respectful. There is something to that southern hospitality.
Yeah, but there's a burden on the guest as well to be. You have to be a guest, proper guest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can think of it. My neighbor. Oh no, maybe I shouldn't tell this. I had a friend here from out of town. This is how I'll tell the story. I had a friend here from out of town.
Yeah. This person
And
you
my
knew.
neighbor. Yeah, this person I knew. And my neighbor, Farmer Joe, we'll just call him Farmer Joe. He convinced this poor person to slave in the field, like literally in the field in the middle of the daytime. And when I went out there, to call him out on it, because he knew, Farmer Joe saw the smirk on my face. What are you doing? You know? And he, oh no, it's all right, it's all right. Let him work the land. That's what we're all about here. And I thought, okay, yeah, I'll let you wind him up. Well, why not? But that's what it makes me think of. If you come here, like I'll be like, oh boy, don't be abusing the poor man.
Yeah.
Be kind.
Oh, I got my limits.
They'll tease you here.
Yeah,
They'll tease you.
I got my limits. Well,
They'll
no,
let you go
it's a
back
guy
to
thing.
just like-
It's a guy thing. You
Is
you
it?
test the limits of how far people are going to be stupid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He had him out. It's bad. When we work outside in the field here, we only do it during the morning and the evening. You never go out midday. So I thought, what is it?
Mind you, Englishmen is probably stupid enough to do it anyway because they can't see any difference. They'll go out in the midday.
You'll burn like a crisp here.
Like hand of the heat.
Yeah.
Not the heat, the sun. We live right up on top of a ridge, and there's no shade. Even I burn here, and I've got a
That's
little color.
you want to give the sun. Yeah. Because the way it sounded like, yeah, you get dehydrated.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Sounds
And the
like you need
humidity
more
here.
trees.
Oh, we have trees. They're just at the bottom. It's because of pasture for the cattle.
Because you can't go outside midday, it cools down. Is that what you're saying? You can do your
Yeah.
work during, yeah, because it's too hot. That's like
Yeah,
in Queensland.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
sun. The sun and the heat will get to you
Yeah, and
quick.
sometimes like now here, if it gets too hot because it's stupid weather. But yeah, you can't. Like today, I don't want to drive, and I waited till like 5 o'clock. I went for a drive.
It isn't necessarily the heat. I mean, it does get hot. Don't get me wrong. Like we get up into like 90 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius, but it's the humidity.
That's what they say.
So you'll get an 85-degree day, but if you get 80% humidity on top of that, it's like being in a jungle. And
Yeah,
then
yeah,
with
come-
the sun beating down on you on top of that, it can get
Heat exhaustion. Mm.
When people come out here for the first time, we put hats on them and give them cold drinks and cover them in sunscreen.
Yeah.
Or you just tan like me.
Yeah, see, I start out, me and Patty have a little color to us to begin with, you know what I mean? So the sun doesn't really bother us.
I've got
Like maybe the first day. Yeah, I have olive colored skin also, yeah. It's real light, but I have olive colored skin, so I don't really, like maybe the first day will bother me, but after that first day of being in the sun, I'm fine. Unless I go on the water.
Yeah, I burn fast as well. I do burn fast.
I bet you do, you're about the shade of a piece of paper.
I'm not far off. Yeah, it's only the
No, my
pigment.
son,
It's only the
my son-
pigment that's giving me any colour.
yeah, my son's the same way. He tends to wear like t-shirts, like you got on long
Yeah.
sleeve t-shirts. But even when it's hot, he'll wear them because he doesn't.
Even wearing this, you can get sunburnt on.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You can get sunburnt even with a cloudy day.
Absolutely.
I was 18 months old. I had no hair. Like I was the only one that was like blonde with no hair, sort of thing going. Everyone had dark, thick hair.
You were blonde
Apparently
with
Mum-
no hair.
I was like, my mum rejected me from birth, and lucky my dad delivered me, all right, because everyone left. The nurses, because I was born 6 o'clock in the morning, sort of thing. So all the nurses were, because mum was in there for a while. Dad wasn't there for like my older brother and sister. And he wasn't there for my younger two, because I remember them being born. He was busy too, so I was the only one, right? Well, anyway, he delivered me. Apparently, he goes, this is the story. He goes, apparently, mum, she pushed and he caught me, right, and he cut the umbilical cord. But what happens? He cleaned me up and he passed it. Like he went out for a cigarette. And then he come back and the nurses were trying to give me to my mum, and my mum goes, "That's not my baby."
Oh shit.
Yeah, and my dad goes, "Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I just, I'm the one that, yes, it is," because I had a similar birthmark on my face. Yeah, as my dad, because Dad's got one near his face, sort of thing. Yeah, and when I'm really like sick, it comes up. You can see it. Anyway, yeah, yeah.
So
And
you
they
were the
goes no.
bonus ball.
So apparently I was really white, and I had like really faded like blonde hair, like no how because my sister and brother were dark and had like thick brown, like afro hair sort of thing. Because they got curly afro hair, right? So I had like wavy like straight hair growing up. So I was blonde, like I had ash blonde, then went to brown, right? So Mum goes to me when I was young, it was like a blonde sort of color. And so she thought it was like, because I took after my dad's mum, right? But anyway, so dad's fair. Dad's fair. He's got the green eyes and that, right? Anyway, yeah, and he goes, no, she's me. So I felt that resentment with my mum even from birth,
Oh
all right?
God.
Wanted
Oh
me, you know what I
dear.
mean? I
Yeah.
was never, yeah, it was like that all way. And my dad sort of like, yeah, yeah. And it's like, anyway, it was like, even my mum, like, yeah. So, because I look different from everyone in the family. I was like, and when I was 18 months, go back to how I got burnt. Mum goes, I was that fair. I was so different from everyone else. Um, I was in the car, and it was like it was cloudy, and and they had me in the car, and through the car, I got sunburn on my head,
Oh.
and I was in the shade through the car.
You got
So they
sunburned through
say
the
like
window.
that's why they say like where it's clouded and not have your kids in the so like my parents they took me out, they realised, but this was the 70s. This is like 1975, 6 or whatever. Like that's not 77. I don't know how young. I was 18 months. So yeah. So yeah, but I got burnt at 18 months, and it was clouded. They reckon
Yeah.
that was the first time I got burnt.
Oh jeez. That's a crazy story.
Oh, that's normal, but yeah, but we're aware of
Well,
this.
it wasn't the sunburn part that I thought was odd.
So I was,
Yeah.
Sunburn,
so
I get.
I can't stay too long out in the sun because I do burn eventually. All right, but my brother and sister, they get tan totally, but I do, but now and then. But no, I've got to watch it too. If I can't stay out too long because it's no good. But yeah, but I live it. Like
Jeez.
they used to say during the day when it's really hot, don't. There's like a thing here in Australia, back in the 80s, not to go out in the sun between 12 and 3, but I think it's changed now. I think it's around about like 12 and 4, like it's gone more. I think that bracket's more now. I haven't heard about that for a while.
At the height of our summertime, it's like that here. We don't do
Yeah,
anything between like 12 and 4. It's just too hot unless you're sitting
yeah,
inside
yeah.
here somewhere.
You better be an idiot. I think you have to, yeah. Like
I
working
know,
out.
I know the position. If you do go outside, you can't move. You have to sit still and let no part of your body touch another part of your body.
Yeah.
And then you can stand it.
You wonder why people become alcoholics.
Yeah, I get it. That's usually when we come in and cook and do housework and stuff. You can't be outside.
Yeah.
But like I remember when we were growing up, like when I was growing up, there was no air conditioning in my house. We just had fans. We'd all
Yeah.
sit in one room with fans surrounding us.
Air conditioning is a terrible thing.
And then
Yeah.
I lived outside for a year without any air conditioning at all. And I think you get used to it. You just get used to that pattern of you rest in the afternoon and you work in the morning and evening. You just get And then it's the opposite in the wintertime. In the wintertime, you only want to be doing stuff when it's warm and sunny, and so
Air conditioning, yeah, like uses up so much energy. And
Yeah, I
using
agree.
energy is part of the problem that's making the planet hotter, which then reinforces the fact that everybody needs air conditioning, which is just circling round, making the situation worse.
Well, because it's the speed we want to live at.
Yeah.
We want to live in a world where we can be productive 12 hours a day or something, right? And realistically, like, and I learned this from living outside, that's not conducive to a healthy lifestyle.
Well,
I don't think. Because then you start forcing things like air conditioning and heat and electricity at peak hours. And
I
if
think,
you lived with your regular rhythm of life, I don't think we would need to be that busy all the time.
well, I just think air conditioning is one of the reasons we're gonna screw the planet.
You might be right.
Yeah, that and Bitcoin. Right.
I know the power plant near us. I watch the coal go in there every day. And I think about just how much has gone through there, because I went to go visit that place when I was just in grade school, a young
Yeah.
girl. Right after they built it, yeah. So all my lifetime, it's been taken in that coal and burning it, taken in every day. All that smoke goes up, and then you multiply that times the thousands, and you can only get a small idea of what we're pumping into the atmosphere.
There were, for many, 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 many years, yeah, and I don't want to say your ancestors, but your grandparents, yeah, got by without fucking air conditioning.
Absolutely, I got by without it in
Yeah?
my childhood. We didn't have air conditioning till I was like maybe 12 or 13.
Yeah,
It
well,
was the first
people
air
now
conditioned
consider air conditioning a necessity. It's nice, don't get me wrong, when it's really fucking hot here, it's really nice to go into a shop, some kind of store that's got air conditioning, yeah, and it's lovely and cool. It's lovely, but like, do you really need it?
I think it has a place for medical needs. Like the reason they keep the hospital cold is to keep down, the temperature for the bacteria growth and all that.
Sure.
Like I can see certain instances in which it's necessary, but for the average everyday person, no, that's a luxury. It's not a necessity. It's something you want, not something you need.
Yeah.
Save for maybe the very young and the very old.
I think an
I
awful
can
lot.
see it if you had,
I think an awful lot of resources that we use up at the moment, yeah, could be used better in other places. The amount of people that drive places when they don't need to drive.
But people almost see these things as entitlements at this point. They're entitled to AC. They're entitled to these luxuries.
If you could afford
it's
it.
going to be hard. Yeah, it's going
If
to be
you could afford
hard,
it, why
but-
shouldn't you be able to have it?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I've got to go, guys. I'm getting bored. People are bothering me. I've got to go.
Well, thank you for your time.
Alright
Thank
there.
you for having me.
I'll speak to you again sometime, Tools. It's been great having you.
Okay, yeah, take care.
Yeah, it was good to hear your voice.
Very
Yeah.
much so, yeah. All the best. Until next time, bye.
Bye bye. Yeah. Terrible business. I'm getting to that stage where I'm just like, fuck it. Whatever.
Ride the wave.
I'm just like, fuck it. I'm starting to complain about so much that I'm just like, I'll just quit it.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything about it.
I try. But
Yeah.
it feels pretty futile, I guess, most of the time.
I felt a lot better when I gave up on Trump. Yeah.
When you gave up on what?
Trump. Yeah.
Oh.
Now you might think I'm about to go into some political geo fucking world bollocks.
Well, maybe.
Yeah. But quite literally, yeah, it's just me looking at the news, yeah, and anything that's got Trump in the headline, I don't watch.
Yeah, it leads to a very You know,
And that cut down on an awful lot of worry.
I gave that very same advice to my son. He
Yeah.
was getting pretty wound up, and I was like, no. I just grab him by the shoulders and turn him away, and I'm like, just walk away from him.
Yeah, I'll just.
Go play a video game, or I don't know what you need to do, but just walk away.
Yeah. I'm
Because
just.
it's constant. Yeah,
I'm just
it's
getting
constant.
to that point where I'm just like, the hell do it. The place is going to fucking crap. Yeah.
And if you think you hear a lot of it, imagine me.
Oh.
Like I'm in the States, and I'm right in his constituent, like in his.
I'm just riding the wave.
Yeah.
Just riding the wave. Right.
I'm the way I cope with it is I tell myself to just keep studying because I might not be able to save the world, but I might be able to give a couple people comfort.
Yeah.
That's how that's my copium for that. You can't save everybody, but you might be able to make a few people.
However you want to entertain yourself with the time you've got left. Yeah. Why not?
I gotta have something to motivate me through statistics.
Helping other people is one of the more nobler vocations. Yeah.
I've always wanted to make a difference, but making a large scale difference, I don't know if I have the energy for that.
That's why I got
But I
huge
think
respect.
I could help you, yeah.
I got huge respect for anybody that says they're a nurse. Yeah, because I honestly feel like helping someone else is truly one of the better things you can do with your life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. I'm trying, hopefully. I gotta jump through all the flaming hoops first. Read all the books. Then they'll let me help people.
Yeah, but it's gonna feel good that time when you realise that you've actually helped the first person.
Absolutely. I think I've already helped the first person.
Sure, but you legally.
Yeah.
You legally.
Yeah, legally, yeah.
Yeah.
Bona fide.
You know your first patient. The first time you've helped your first patient. Yeah, that's where.
I'm getting ready.
That's what it all means for.
My first diagnosis. I got to do that this semester. I got to read a whole case study. Come up with a diagnosis. So we'll see if I'm any good at it.
Fuck this shit. I give up.
See what happens. You know, what can you do? But like, try your best.
You get all the way to that. Well, you get all the way to that point, Jess, and then you just give up. You're like, fuck this shit.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, I don't have to give up. I'll turn a different direction because I might not be great at psychology. However, I just received a medal for sociology, so maybe I'll veer in that direction.
I'm going to sociology off in this direction.
I enjoy sociology. You're analyzing social problems and deciding what the causes of them are. You're not judging, you're giving opinions, or you're just like looking at everything that kind of happens in circumstances and trying to find a way to express it. Like, this person has a shitty car, not only because they don't have a good job, but because they grew up poor and couldn't afford college, because you know, the economy, because you can't get a good enough job, all of the reasons, not just the obvious ones.
Yeah, they did this with my kids' school. When I was at school, they had certain subjects. Yeah, and these certain subjects covered certain things. Yeah, and then my kids say that they got rid of certain subjects and they created other subjects.
Yeah.
Right, and then, you know, by the time my second kid went there, they'd fucked around with it again till I didn't know what the bloody hell was going on. The only thing I recognised was maths and English.
Yeah.
Yeah? There was a maths class and there was English classes, and then everything else was named something completely different. Yeah, and I was asking what this subject was, and I got basically it's a mix of this, a mix of that, and a part of this. It was like,
yeah.
So yeah, why couldn't they just call it science?
Right? Why is it?
Oh, Dad, get with the times. Oh, shut up. Okay, yeah. I'll shut up. Stop asking questions.
Right?
Yeah. Questions just lead to problems.
Exactly. More questions.
Yeah.
I only had to take one science class. It's not my strong suit.
Yeah.
I enjoyed chemistry. Like, I liked chemistry, but I had to take biology, and it was all new.
Yeah.
All new. And I remember even the structure of the atom had changed from the first time I learned it.
All
so
right,
even the stuff I thought I knew was too outdated to be useful
Ain't that
It's just
ain't that
confusing
funny? Ain't that funny when when you remember something you were taught from school and then you find out that actually no, it doesn't work like that. It was just it was just a very easy way of explaining it to you.
Well, what it reminded me of is I remember bringing home my Atom homework in grade school to my grandmother
Yeah,
and saying, "Grandma, can you help me draw this?" And she was like, "Well, honey, I've heard the word, but I don't know what it is."
yeah,
And I was like, "Oh." I mean, my grandmother was born in like 1918 or something.
Yeah.
She was old. But it reminded me of that because I was like, she didn't barely know what the atom was. I was just learning how to draw it, and here 20 years later, it's so different. Neither one of us would have known what the hell it was.
yeah. But
It was funny it changed so quickly.
I found out because of the unpredictability of where the electron is that you can't physically draw an an atom.
Me too.
Yeah.
That's not true anymore. Now they have levels that the electrons sit in. And depending on where they sit in the levels can describe how well they fit in or make bonds with other atoms.
Yeah, the energy state or something.
So it's completely different.
Yeah.
Well, it makes them more like receptive. So if you and it's done by I can't remember how many it is.
Yeah, but it keeps changing.
8 or something. Yeah.
You
But, like,
know, the picture of an atom keeps changing.
If one's missing electrons and the other one has electrons available, then they're more likely to bond together. That's the gist of it. But I didn't know any of that. I thought, like you, they were floating around in the cloud, right? I learned an electron cloud where you didn't know where it was.
And I felt myself superior to these people that thought that the atom looked like the pictures. Yeah, with the predictable path of the atom flying round the core. You know, like the atom was in orbit. Like the electron was in orbit going round the atom.
Yeah. And then it ends up they were right. But we thought that was ridiculous. Yeah. Anyway, it all changed and it was hard. I had to relearn everything. And the worst part is in the description of the class, it even said most of this will be review. I thought none of it was review for me. I probably spent 2 to 3 times longer studying for that class than the rest of the students did.
Yeah.
But I still got an A. I got an A, despite it.
Can't remember what my results were. I couldn't wait to leave school. Couldn't wait.
Oh, me either.
Just-
First round could meet me either. I was ready.
First chance I got to get.
Leave my house.
Yeah, first chance I got out of fucking school.
Oh, I was ready to leave school, leave town, leave everything. I did end up going across the country. When I
Yeah,
was 19, I packed up my station wagon and I just left.
I did after a time. Yeah.
I live in a really big country. It took me like 4 days to drive across it.
It took
And
me a
that's
couple of
driving
hours.
every day.
Took me about an hour.
Driving every day. I think if I lived in a smaller country, I would have been much more likely to leave it.
That's no bad thing.
But I haven't even been to all the states. Like, I haven't even been to every place here.
Yeah, Belle. The problem there is wherever you go, you're still there. Yeah.
Yeah.
All we've got to do, all I've got to do is go fucking 50, 60 miles, you know, at a guess. And I'm in an entirely different country where they speak a different kind of language. Yeah?
The states definitely have their own cultures, but I don't think it's like drastic like that.
Well, it gives you certain securities, yeah, that you're not likely to get invaded. Yeah, or get
Like, if you go
get
from,
involved. Your homeland isn't going to get involved in a war.
No.
Yeah, in a dispute kind of thing. But like,
No. It's okay.
it doesn't give you the chance to actually go anywhere different.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you're probably
If you
closer to
can
me
go-
than you are to Hawaii.
If you go from like New York City to like Los Angeles, California, they're very different places. The language is the same, but everything else is different.
Yeah, but you're still people. You still see people.
Yeah.
And your accent might be different, but you're still going to understand each other.
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, you definitely. Yeah, you can still communicate, 100%.
Yeah, totally. You don't have to. They speak the same language.
And we still have stupid stuff in common, like TV shows we watched when we were little, music that we like.
Yeah. Well,
We still
there's
have
certain things, but like I say, here in Europe, yeah, we don't have to travel far to understand that there are people that are different. There's a different lifestyle and everything. Yeah.
We do still have some little cultural centers in the big cities, like little boroughs of certain cultures, like little Chinatowns. I hate to say that.
I'm sure there's festivals you can go to, but
and
there's
things like that. Yeah.
they're still distinctly. It's still distinctly American.
All right, I got it. I got the closest thing I've ever seen to a not American town. When I was in California, I stopped at a little town close to the border, the Mexican border,
Yeah.
and there was nothing in English there. Nothing. The signs were in Spanish, the people spoke Spanish, all the food was Spanish, like there was nothing American there. So that's probably the closest I've ever come.
Yeah, that would be it. There are places in this country where all the signs are in different language. Yeah, but you
They're
can tell.
starting to put
You can.
Spanish on a lot of our stuff, which I really like that change.
Oh.
It's an acceptance thing for me, you know what I mean? That the immigrants are being openly accepted because we're putting their language on our signs, like on our official signs that come from the municipalities.
Yeah.
Because we don't have a language here. I know a lot of people like to pretend like the United States has an official language, but we do not.
You do now.
So, no. Just like we have the Gulf of America, I don't think so.
You do for the next
a
3
fad.
years.
Let me tell you something about presidencies. Presidencies are like fads. They're
You
like
do.
fashion trend.
You got it
They
for
come and go.
you got it for the next few years.
It's probably the only time you'll ever even hear me call it that because it just makes my stomach.
I'm sorry.
I can't.
I'm sorry, but even if you do something to get rid of him, yeah, your number 2 isn't that much more better choice. You know.
Oh.
Your
Number 2,
vice
what
president.
makes-
Your vice
I know
president
all-
ain't that great.
I know all too well who
Yeah,
number
but-
2 is
well-
because he comes from here, and I know the men that come from here, and that
Yeah.
terrifies me.
Yeah,
It
well,
terrifies me. He's exactly what I expected. So imagine that. He's exactly what I expected.
it's gonna be. Let's put it this way: in 3 years' time, yeah, there's gonna be an awful lot of building bridges. You know, rebuilding
Yeah.
bridges.
Well, I assume that, and it usually goes this way because the pendulum swung so far in one direction, the political pendulum, because it's gone so far in one direction, more than likely it'll swing way far in the opposite direction. And so our next president will be super democratic, liberal, whatever tags you want to put on it.
You can
They'll
only
vote
deal
for the
with what you got. When it comes to running a country, yeah, you can only spend the money that you've got to spend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I wish they viewed it like that here.
Do you
but
know
we
if your
don't handle
country
it
owes
like that.
money, then you have to pay your interest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you need to pay that interest. So there's a balance between paying for everything, yeah, and the money that you get for paying for everything, and the amount of money that you can borrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is very, very. You have to be very careful what you can borrow. If you borrow too much, yeah. This is what
Our debt is incredible. Like right now, I think we're in the trillions of dollars.
Yeah, we're. I think I found out that it's 108 billion.
What's
Yeah,
the
just in 108 billion just to pay the
So-
interest for a year.
We're at 36.22 trillion as of April 30.
Yeah,
Jeez, Pete.
yeah. Go figure, eh? And us schmoes are stuck in the middle of it.
insane.
You know, Joe Schmo is only in it with everybody else. Yeah, when there's money to be paid.
Yeah.
You know, when the government needs money, then we're all in it together.
Well, I've paid my fair share.
But yeah, well, fuck. Go figure.
I've gotten out of it too, though. I've actually had a good experience with the system. I know that sounds terrible and nobody ever says that, but I've paid in quite a bit, but it's always been there for me when I needed it.
Yeah.
You know, like when I first had my son, I struggled and they gave me like a food subsidy.
We lived in the best of times.
I think so. Well, I think we might have lived at the end of the best of times.
Maybe.
I think we came in at the end. I think we came in at the closing of a certain lifestyle and the beginning of a new one. And I think a lot of it has to do with the economy. I think the economy has changed how we live.
Yeah. Sometimes
and people naturally react to it. Like, it's easiest to see during the wars, right? During like World War II, our economy changed crazy because we brought women into the workforce for the first time, like out of the home, non-domestic work.
Well, that was
our economy.
That was the end of World War II when the women didn't want to go back to the kitchen.
Yeah, so what I'm getting at though is a lot of times economic changes will bring on social changes, will bring on societal changes, and I think we're living differently now because the economy is so different now than it was when we were kids.
I mentioned before, back in those days, one person wage was enough to keep the average family.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas now you need two people to keep the average family.
Or you need a super earner.
Or super owner. There's an awful lot of emphasis in this world. Yeah, for people to get degrees and such.
I have to.
Yeah.
I know that I will not be financially secure if I don't get a degree before I go back to the workforce.
Yeah, I mean, having a degree gives you a certain level of pay.
Yeah.
Yeah, assures you a certain level of pay, but that isn't necessarily so. People have found out. Yeah, you can have very good degrees and still not be able to get a job with it.
And that's why now you have to be more picky about what your degree is in.
Yeah.
You have to have some kind of idea of how you're going to put it to use or why bother to get it.
Yeah, well, companies are more savvy nowadays.
Yeah. Like as a psychologist, like I know I could work anywhere from a one-on-one setting with a patient to an advertising company. Everybody loves psychologists these days because we're telling you what motivates people.
Yeah.
A clinical psychologist just observes people and then, reflects on the associations or the causations.
Sure.
And that's all over it. There's probably more of that in advertising than there is creativity right now.
Control, ain't it?
But what I mean is, like, I thought about that. Yeah, I thought about that before I chose a degree. I chose a degree that could be used in many different professions, not just one.
Well, unlocking the way the mind works in order to be able to influence a mind.
Yeah, it's a little scary, isn't it?
Many reasons for psychology.
I don't worry so much about me learning the ways of psychology, but it does scare me to think of some of the other people that might have the same degree. The ones working for the advertising agencies.
Yeah, the good guys and the bad guys.
Yeah, same education, but what do you do with it?
And there's a DC movie there. I'm sure there's a DC.
I think so.
DC movie. Yeah, the different groups of like groups like the Illuminati kind of groups of psychologists that have always lived in the shadowy underworld of the world dealings that are secretly in charge. Yeah, the good guys fighting the bad guys. There's always been an uneasy truce between the psychologists until there's one like antagonistic character that comes along and ruins the truce. The
whistleblower.
And the two So I think there's a script there. I'm sure there's a script.
There has to be. All you need is power struggle. And manipulation leads to power. You have power struggle. You have a superhero back. Yeah, you can make something out of that. I'm just picturing all these like well-dressed, sensitive people battling each other, like with word spells or something. Because you can't see them being violent, because we know better. We know as psychologists that violence doesn't do much.
Be like a mage battle. Like a mage battle.
Yeah.
But like it's not a matter of like casting spells. It's a matter of conducting your influence over the poor saps that are around you. In order to get more of them to do what you want rather than what the other guy, the one the one that controls the attention of the most of the crowd is the one that can turn the most against the other person.
All I can picture in my mind is a soapbox getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah. Right.
That would be fun. I think that would work better with a British comedy, though.
Yeah, so I'm sure that's a
and
script.
And the superheroes, I could see some dry British
some
being very useful, yeah.
Special egotistical fucking psychologists.
Taking themselves completely seriously as they say something absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I like it.
Add a bit of philosophy, because everybody loves a bit of philosophy, right? Yeah.
Oh.
Right, Jess. Look, it's been great and all, but
Yeah.
I gotta start shifting more of this sand. Yeah.
I'm just procrastinating doing my homework.
Yeah, I
know.
know.
I have things to do that I just don't want to do.
I know, but I figure probably now's a good time. Yeah, to start getting something done.
Get on with it. Decide where the poop's gonna go. You have big decisions.
Well, no, I've just got to shift the sand from the front garden to the back garden, but each one has got to be done via bucket.
Oh.
It's not like
need friends.
it's like a large bucket. It's not like a normal size bucket. It's a big bucket, but it's still I've got to move it by a bucket and drag it.
You need friends. You need the bucket line. You need a water bucket line.
Oh, fuck that.
You need to get your daughter and your wife out and then stand equal distances apart.
You remember I told you could do your degree about me? Yeah. Well, friends is a whole chapter.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. No, I do everything myself. That way I can guarantee it's going to get fucking done.
I bet you the dog would help you.
If
you could figure out a way for the dog to help you, the dog would help you.
It's too difficult.
Yeah.
The dog couldn't do it. It's just too difficult. But I got to do it. Yeah?
All right. Well, don't do too much.
No, I do so much and then I have a rest.
Try not to make the old people noises too loud.
Yeah, grunts and groans. But yeah. So yeah, I'm going to call it. I'm going to turn this off. I don't know whether there's anybody watching.
Good luck moving the earth.
Yeah. Right, people. Toodaloo. See you later. Arrivederci. Yeah, that was me talking Italian. Yeah, in case you didn't know. Just like a local.